to order. Can we get a roll call?
Commissioner Beeman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge,
Here.
Commissioner Labar, Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Machieski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville.
Here. All right, moving on to the next portion of our meeting, we'll go to public participation. During our working sessions, members of the audience in person or online have 1 minute to address the body. You'll have 3 minutes later on at our regular meeting. Do we have anybody in the room who would wish to give public comment? Anyone online? No, all righty. Before we move on to the report of the county administrator, I would just like to point out to guests in the audience and online that Commissioner Hodge has a injury where he needs to prop his foot up on the table, which is why you'll see his foot on the table with pillows. Still here because he cares a lot about the work of the county. Moving on, do we have a report from the county administrator?
No report.
Thank you. Moving on, do we have a report from the Board of Commissioners liaison?
No report.
All righty, so moving into our discussion items for the evening. First up, we have a Q2 budget update from Catherine.
Thank you. Share my screen. Thank you all. Tonight I'm doing two quick presentations. First on the Q2 budget update, and then afterwards just talking about the general budget development process and what to expect for the rest of the year and getting to the 24 through 27 budget. So starting with the 2023 general fund, we're currently budgeted for revenues and expenditures at $153 million. Our projected general fund revenues are $143.5 million, and then expenditures are projected at $146 million for a net shortfall of $2.5 million. This does include a fully spent budgeted planned use of fund balance of $10 million, which we'll go into on a later slide. And if all of this plays out, our fund balance is projected to be $47.4 million, which is 31% of the budget, and approaching that 29% fund balance policy target that we have. From first quarter to second quarter, there's a few variations. Our revenues have grown by $1.9 million. This is largely due to both conservative revenue estimates during the first quarter, and then personal property tax reimbursement from the state, which we had previously not budgeted because we did not know how to estimate it. And so having that come in, we'll be bringing a budget adjustment for that during third quarter. Expenditures have also grown by $2.7 million, which is largely due to the availability of funds for lump sum payments based on our projected budget status. For general fund revenues, again, we're projected to be at $143.5 million. Our largest revenue source is still our general operating millage at $91.4 million. Public safety and justice is projected to collect 16.2, which includes all court revenues and sheriff revenues outside of contract policing. And then contract policing is coming in at about 14.3 million. And then general government is projected to be 14.3 million also, which is primarily state revenue sharing, the marijuana dollars, and state liquor tax. And then lastly, civic infrastructure is projected at 4.7 million, and land use 2 million, and support services about 500,000. Our general fund projected revenue shortfall is $9.4 million. Again, this is largely due to that use of fund balance of $8.5 million, which is a combination of the $10 million of budgeted fund balance on the next slide, but reduced by the planned contribution to fund balance, which is an accounting adjustment to keep our financial statements clean. The district court continues to see reduced revenue and has a projected revenue shortfall of about $900,000. This is a slight improvement over the first quarter and it's still in alignment with previous year's trends. due to changes in laws regarding probation and the ability to pay, as well as decreases in tickets and caseloads. This is offset by a small expenditure surplus of 64,000 due to vacancy savings beyond those that are committed to future court technology needs. The trial court is also projected to have a revenue shortfall of about 839,000. It's pretty consistent with the first quarter projections. And it's fully offset by a projected expenditure surplus of $1.3 million. Caseloads remain below pre-pandemic levels, and as well as our participation in the second cohort of cities and counties for fines and fees justice is reducing, eliminating discretionary costs to only charge mandated fees for those who do not have the ability to pay. The sheriff's office has a shortfall of $431,000 in revenue, which is fully offset by a projected $1.8 million expenditure surplus. Of that shortfall, about $570,000 is due to vacant PSU contract positions, and then it's offset by $140,000 surplus in all of their other revenues combined. Lastly, the clerk ROD revenues are now projecting about $240,000 in revenue shortfalls. First quarter, we had them on budget. And this is driven by the volume of recorded documents projected to be lower than budget, despite that property values continue to increase and we have a surplus in transfer tax. We just don't have enough volume to see the revenue amounts that we have seen in previous years. Water Resources is projecting a surplus of about $207,000 across all of their categories based on year-to-date trends. And this is partially driven by increased staffing costs resulting in higher reimbursements and it mostly offsets an expenditure shortfall of $237,000. And then general government revenues are projected to have a surplus of $284,000. This is also based on interest. This is based on interest earnings beyond budgeted assumptions. I just realized I skipped the treasurer's office, which is also due to interest earnings being much higher than we have budgeted. Lastly, there is a projected surplus of $800,000 for personal property tax reimbursements. It's a conservative assumption based on what we received in 2022, where we received $930,000. For our budgeted planned use of fund balance, again, we have about $10 million budgeted to come out of fund balance. The largest of these are the unspent 2022 compensation study dollars for $4.2 million, which we are recommending are allocated to lump sum payments. The human services transition programs for $2.8 million and the 2021 unspent compensation study dollars, as well as the remaining health non-structural general fund appropriation for a total of $2 million. And then again, these are offset by the recategorization of the contribution to fund balance for a net budget use of fund balance of $8.5 million. On the expenditure front, again, we see similar trends that we have seen in previous presentations. Our total expenditures are about $146.1 million. The largest component of that is public safety and justice beyond contract policing of $79.5 million. Support services is around $22 million, with health and human services appropriations at 18.7, followed by contract policing at 17.9. The remaining groups are all below 10 million, but again, very similar to what we have seen in previous presentations. Again, this slide is our attempt at least of talking about how the general fund supports non-general fund programming, especially around those health and human services appropriations, but really seeing that breakdown to provide a little more detail beyond what was on previous slides. Right now, we currently are just projecting that appropriations are on budget based on all of our calculations. And then as we close out the fiscal year, we will see, we will reconcile the appropriations to what is needed for those programs. For the general fund projected expenditure surplus, it's about $7 million. And the general fund personal services is projecting a surplus of $4.3 million. This is due to unprecedented vacancies and position savings countywide. This does not include vacancies in the sheriff's office or either of the courts. Those are projected in the individual departmental budgets. The sheriff's office is projecting a $1.8 million surplus. This is due to $3.8 million in vacant positions, offset by $2 million in over expenditures, primarily driven by the medical and food contracts for the jail, which fully offsets the revenue shortfall of $430,000. The trial court is projecting a $1.3 million expenditure surplus beyond their contributions to future court technology needs. 1 million of this is due to vacant positions, and it fully offsets their projected revenue shortfall of 839,000. The BOC priority and undesignated allocations have not yet been directed and therefore are projected to be unspent until they are allocated. And then for shortfalls, support services is projecting $180,000 shortfall, largely driven by increased IT consultants and contracts, which are offset by small surpluses in the other support services departments. And then lastly, water resources is projecting $237,000 in shortfalls due to increased contractor costs, which are largely offset by the revenue surplus. Most of these costs are highly reimbursable, and water resources is working to close this gap by the end of the fiscal year. For non-general funds, none of these funds really had a change in status from first quarter. The shortfalls, community corrections is projecting to use 232,000 on fund balance. There's a fund balance of 433,000, which can fully cover this shortfall for their fiscal year ending on September 30th. Indigent defense is projected a net shortfall, which just has to do with the state pre-funding revenue, but their programs are not running at a shortfall. And then health was originally approved to use 407,000 in fund balance when the budget was brought like in September 2022. They're now forecasted to need to use less than $100,000. They have enough fund balance to cover that amount with no problem. The largest impact is the department's inability to recruit and hire and retain different positions, which has reduced their need to use their fund balance in the current fiscal year. Typically, we would see a final budget adjustment from them along with their budget for the next year, but because of the small variance amount, it's within administrative authority, and therefore we'll be reporting it out on the next quarterly update. But nothing of concern on that front. For budget adjustments done during the second quarter within administrative authority, there were none, so nothing to report on that front. It's a pretty quiet quarter on the budget adjustment front. And then lastly, we're continuing to monitor those clerk revenues as we see the fall from surplus to now shortfalls. Still figuring out the structural versus one-time marijuana revenue with very little guidance from the state. I'll add personal property tax reimbursement to that too. Largely estimates at this point. Our court revenues, we're trying to figure out the new norm. And then we want to keep monitoring our fund balance availability because we're approaching that policy limit that we have set as a target. On the expenditure front, we continue to also manage the impact of inflation on operational budgets, the impact of fuel prices and supply chain issues, as well as personnel costs growth, and the full implementation of the compensation study. Though it's been largely adopted, it's still within our first 9 months of really realizing it and really knowing how those costs will grow over time. Next steps, I'll be back in November with our third quarter update and year-end report on next March or April. And then 24 through 27 budget. We're continuing our departmental request process, and we'll be bringing the administrator's recommended budget in October, targeting adoption in November or December if necessary. With that, before I go on to the next thing, I just wanted to turn into any questions on the quarter 2 budget update, if anybody has any.
All right, thank you. Quickly, I guess right before, and I'll go to Commissioner Hodge. Okay, I thought maybe you raised your hand. Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. Can we get for not for everything, but I'm kind of curious to get like a line item breakdown for the human services and the supportive services. Is that possible?
Hold on, make sure. In this section or on the non-general fund?
I would like to see it for the general fund,
Okay, yeah.
if possible. I know
Yeah,
it's
that's-
probably like a big document, but.
Okay, yeah, that's what this slide is laying out, which programs those appropriations go to. We don't know where those appropriations necessarily are being applied to without input from the department. So we can, if you're looking for how they are being used, it will be more complicated, but we can reach out.
Yeah, I guess what I would love is just like an actual breakdown of like everything in that, like that fits into that part of the budget, if that's possible.
Okay.
And then, I
Yeah,
don't know.
we'll-
Yeah.
We'll take a stab at it. And
Okay.
we can go back and forth if we need more detail. But yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Do we have any questions on this side of the room? All right, Commissioner Rapi and, sorry, I'm gonna go to Administrator Jill
Yes,
first.
just a quick comment to commissioners. I just want to say to you all that thank you for your support over this past year. The news continues to be good, and while there are some areas for us to monitor, as you've heard in the presentation, do want to thank the organization for the way that they have moved through this year, the way that operations have performed. This leads us to getting to good government and doing it in a way that stays within our financial framework. So just want to say thank you to everyone.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Rabi.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry if I missed it, but did you send this presentation to us or?
It should be attached, right? Okay.
Online? Oh, yep, I did find it. Yeah, there it is.
Sorry.
Okay.
Was like-
No,
Okay,
thank you.
so-
No, it's there. I found it.
It wasn't meant to be secret, so.
No, no,
I was worried.
Yeah, it should be good.
You're totally fine. Okay. So my question was around slide 7, I guess. The projected revenue shortfall. This is a question I brought up last time too, and I'm sorry, I did step out of the room briefly, so I might have missed you explaining this, but for the trial court and district court, as well as the sheriff's office, these shortfalls are reflecting, I know that all 3 of those organizations have lump sum budget agreements, basically. So what is their current? I know this is their revenue shortfall. What is their current fund balance?
So these are all in the general fund, so they don't have fund balance. IT and sheriff, or sorry, trial court and sheriff both have expenditure surpluses that fully offset these shortfalls. So the net impact on the general fund is a surplus if you combine their trial court and sheriff revenues and expenditures.
But what happens to the sheriff's money at the end of the year if he has a surplus?
If the sheriff's office has a expenditure surplus and a revenue surplus, the agreement is that the revenue surplus would be transferred. But if there is not a surplus in both things, then no transfer takes place on those funds based on the current agreement.
Can
There's
we
no
get-
transfer for trial court or district court.
Right, that's correct, yeah. But so could we get I would like to understand how that has played out over the term of the MOU. Like on a year by year basis, how much money under that agreement has been kept within the sheriff's purview versus being swept back into the general fund? Thank you.
We can get that.
Thank you for the questions. Anyone else? All right,
Okay, let me come back.
awesome,
Okay, I have one more.
cool.
So this one, just a quick high level overview, just to set expectations, make sure we're giving you all the information that you're wanting in the budget development process that's coming forward. I'm going to start out with the proposed presentations we've laid out through both primarily in working sessions in October, and then also based on questions from before of how we would run a BOC budget amendment process. So if you all would like to make changes, you will know how to do that. So I'm just walking through this one slide per meeting for the rest of the year. Or not entirely the rest of the year, but October 4th, we'll be presenting the 24 through 27 recommended budget at working session. We are replacing the written prelim budget summary for those that have received it. It's a very dense document that gives a lot of background, but not necessarily into the things that we've been hearing you all want to know. So we're targeting those with more presentations or other handouts that we think will highlight those questions and information. It's a learning process is a new attempt, so feedback will be welcome. But just trying to get more information in your hands on what is included in that budget. We'll be presenting it, thinking by department, fund, some service area groups highlight, and then also highlighting our budget request process. as well as the program inventory work we've been doing with departments to say what is making up the services in every single department. That night, we'll also launch our BOC budget amendment process, which I'll go into more detail. At the board meeting, there will be an official introduction on the agenda, but not expecting to have any action taken, but just to keep it on there so it's introduced in public in a board meeting setting. On the 18th, we're going to do a deep dive on the budget request process that went through. We'll be providing to you all of the requests, whether they were recommended or not, how they scored, detail on all the information that the departments provided. And then also afterward, since we're introducing the BOC budget amendment process on the 4th, recognizing you might have some questions before we need to move forward. Just a quick check-in if there's anything we need to discuss on that process to make sure that you all feel comfortable with what we're doing. And then the 24th through 27 budget will remain under items for future consideration on the board meeting agenda. On November 1st, that's when we're proposing at working session, we'll do a discussion of any BOC proposed budget requests. Again, I'll go into more detail. There'll be a forum. We can run through that. Ashley and I are working together on how we can talk through that, any amendments that you all would like to make. That night is the proposed first reading for the budget. So if there are amendments that the board is agreeing on, they can be proposed that night or the following meeting. November 15th, nothing planned on the budget for working session unless there's something that is needed. 24 through 27 budget recommended for the final reading. Again, that's another time to propose any BOC amendments to the budget. And then keeping the December meeting, trying to keep business off the December meeting if possible, but we know that that one always exists as an option. The BOC budget amendment process, what we've talked about doing is since we ran a departmental request process, running a much simplified version for the board so that we can collect similar information when we're saying what was requested from departments, what was requested by the board, and making sure we can have a comprehensive picture presented of what happened in the budget process. So that form that we're creating and we'll demonstrate on the 4th would have a name and short description of the request, the type of request, whether it's a new program, program modification, non-structural, also how to know which one of those it is, since probably different places have different terminology. The amount of the request for each year, we recognize you might not know, but an estimate would be great, just to get us in the ballpark, and we can follow up on that. The next 3, the impact on climate, impact on equity, and the impact on building a safe and healthy community. In the departmental request process, we had everything that they asked for increased funding for. We asked them to fill out how this request would make an impact on these 3 items so we can make a educated decision on them. And so to keep things consistent, we are looking for just a couple of sentences of where we think we're making an impact with this request. And then lastly, what item in the budget should be reduced to fund this amendment. Well, I'll get to the next slide. For the time frame on October 4th, again, we'll introduce this, introduce the process. It gives you all 4 weeks to develop requests, ask any questions, work with me, work with Ashley, work with admin, however we need to play it out to help you all have the information that you need. One thing that was requested was highlighting any potential funding sources. So we will bring where we have recommendations, and those are the items that you can move and use to fund anything that you would like to change. October 18th, checking in on the questions in the process, and then November 1st and the 15th would be the opportunities to present any amendments during the first reading or final reading of the budget. And that's it. So any questions on budget process, anything we're missing that you all would want to be covered if possible?
Thank you. Anyone over here got questions on this? I feel like it was pretty detailed. Anyone on this side? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have a weatherization update. Hello, friends.
I've been promoted. I will join as an analyst. I think we got it. Just be careful. Okay, okay. Great. Good evening. I'm Aaron Kraft, and this is my coworker Heidi Johnson, and we're from OCED, and we're here to talk about the Weatherization Assistance Program. Give you a little update of what we've been doing with our increased amount of funding that we've gotten all these recent years. Joined with us is our manager, Tara Cohen. She's in the audience with us. Thank you for your support, Tara. We have gotten a lot of extra funding, and so we wanted to highlight that we have doubled the size of our weatherization team from 4 people to 8 people. Heidi and I are the supervisors for the program and help to run the weatherization program here for the county. I want to give you a quick sense of the different funding sources that support weatherization in the county here. Obviously, you'll recall that the ARPA funding, first round of ARPA funding, you dedicated $1 million to do additional weatherization work, which we're very thankful for. Most of the funding that comes to the weatherization program is federal in nature. There's 2 longtime sources, which I'll highlight. The U.S. Department of Energy funding source for the weatherization program is a longtime grant that's been around for decades, that has been instrumental in helping the weatherization program develop over the years, provides a lot of stability, gets our network well established all these years. And the LIHEAP funds, which is also federal funds, or Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, goes to supplement the weatherization program, and that's been around for a long time as well. The big new funding source is the bipartisan infrastructure law has provided $3.5 billion to run the weatherization assistance program nationwide. For us, that means about $800,000 additional every year, and I'll get into a little bit more of the funding specifics in a later slide. The 4th bullet point there for the deferral for federal funds or deferral reduction funds. These are a relatively new funding source that allows the weatherization program to tackle work that it wouldn't normally do, to help reduce the number of deferrals that we would see in the program. So somebody applies, they have a roof leak. We can't fix the roof leak because that's not covered by weatherization. And so these deferral reduction funds go to help bring those homes that otherwise would have to be turned away into the program. So it's important to note there's a bunch of small pots of money that are helping to provide this deferral reduction work. They're sometimes attached to existing grants, or in the case of the state has recently dedicated some of their ARPA money to the American Rescue Plan to what they're calling pre-weatherization, so basically deferral reduction work. It's a great new tool for us. It allows us to do a wider variety of work. It complicates the program a bit more because we're able to do a wider range of things, but we're grateful to have it, of course. And then I'll mention we've, over the last 5 to 10 years, have been more aggressive in going after DTE utility rebates. That helps to complement the work that we do. We do energy saving work. DTE says, that's great, we'll give you a rebate for it. And so we're able to claim a lot of those rebates recently. Here's a quick little chart. Basically, the last a few years into the future and about 15 years into the past, so you can get a sense of the amount of weatherization funding that has come to the county. You'll see that big blip back in 2009, 2010. That was the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, infused a large chunk of change into the weatherization program. And for us, it brought us into the millions of dollars per year, as opposed to typically we're seeing about $500,000 in weatherization funding to support the program here. Of course, here over toward the right-hand side of the graph here is the current day. We've gotten a lot of different funding sources. The blue line is the ARPA money. The red line that's kind of straight across there is the bill money. And then if you add them all together, of course, you see the big black line that goes up. That's the cumulative amount. So we're in the neighborhood of 2 million, 2.5 million. Just as a historical context, you can see in these years where we don't have an influx of funding, we're running about $500,000 for the program. A few of the program changes we wanted to highlight that have taken place over the last couple of years. Obviously, the funding is the biggest change that's allowed us to increase the size of our production annually. As I mentioned, about $500,000 equals about 45, maybe 50 homes per year that we're able to weatherize. And now that we're into the millions of dollars, we're hoping to get close to 180 or hopefully more projects. That mainly our projects are single family homes. We would go in and weatherize that home. Another big change is the income qualification level. This one has been really beneficial to our program, especially in Washtenaw County. Previously, the income level that you had to have to qualify for the program was at 200% of the federal poverty guideline, which is twice the federal poverty limit, which is, if you know that number, it's fairly low, especially for somebody trying to make it in Washtenaw County. They've changed the income guideline for us to 80% of the area median income. So 80% AMI is much higher because Washtenaw County, the AMI is among the highest in the state. So that's been great for us because it opens up a lot of new households for us that are could basically more easily qualify for our services. We want to talk to you about the increased complexity of the weatherization program. Obviously, when you have two longtime grants that mesh well together, that works really well, a DOE grant and the LIHEAP grant. That's been our historical funding source. Now we're up to like six or seven, depending on how you slice it, funding sources, which is great, but it adds a lot of intercompeting program regulations, federal rules that we have to comply with, and just gives us a bigger challenge to work with. So Heidi and I are up for it, obviously, because we've both been involved in the weatherization program for over 20 years. So we've seen this increased funding come to us in the past. So just wanted to highlight some of the other challenges that we might be facing right now. I'm going to turn it over to Heidi if you have any other things for this slide, and then.
No, just, I mean, it really, having all these funding sources, we have to watch our financial, how we're mixing funds. There's a lot of different regulations on that, as well as different regulations on the technical side of things. So, we would love to be able to do everything that homeowners want us to do. We have a lot of regulations that really keep that, in check. So we try to give them what we can, though. Absolutely. All right. So Washtenaw County ARPA weatherization, we're basically mimicking our regular DOE LIHEAP weatherization as far as our state and federal rules and policies. We're still doing air sealing, insulation, and HVAC upgrades. We're doing health and safety improvements, as well as some deferral work. We don't have a pot of money for deferral work in the ARPA program, but we're able to leverage funds with the DTE and Consumers Energy program. Our production to date is 42 homes that are either in progress or have been closed out. We've served around 85 individuals, and as of July 31st, we've spent over $461,000. We have a remaining balance of $938,000. It takes a little while to kind of get a program going, so I anticipate that this will go ahead and ramp up, and we'll be able to close out a lot more jobs and serve many more residents faster now. Our regular weatherization work, we start off with an energy audit that's performed by a Building Performance Institute energy auditor. All of our energy auditors and QCIs, quality control inspectors, have to have this certification, which is challenging to get, but it's also very important. So we're leaving people in safe and healthy homes. Each home has to have a savings to investment ratio of 1 or greater. That does not include the health and safety measures, but again, when I was talking about the financial aspects and requirements, we have to make sure that everything lines up. So we're not spending more on health and safety than we are on actual energy saving measures. We do a lot of air sealing. So we start off in the attic and do a ton of air sealing up there. Then we also do foundation air sealing. People are always asking about windows and wanting to get that done. Unfortunately, windows, they're extremely expensive. It's, over $500 just for one window, and that would be a small window. If you take that $500, $1,000, $2,000 of air sealing, we can do a much bigger job, and we're preventing the bad air from coming into your home. And we're getting the fresh air where we want it from, which would be your doors and windows. The air sealing also keeps the conditioned air inside. So you have your, if you're heating or cooling, we want that air to stay inside your home and not escape through your attic or have the attic kind of come down and you're breathing in that nasty air. We don't want that to happen. We do insulation, so that would be foam insulation on the fan joist area. So that's in your foundation area. We also do foam on the crawl space walls. So if you have crawl space, then that's where we're doing about 2 inches of of spray foam. We do cellulose insulation in the attics, and then cellulose insulation in the walls. However, a lot of homes in Washtenaw County have insulation in their walls currently, so we're not able to do anything more there. We do ASHRAE ventilation, so that would be a lot of times a bath fan. It's a energy, high efficiency fan that is very quiet, so it has a very low sound. So instead of turning on this fan that sounds like, an airplane, it's so quiet that a lot of times we get calls, hey, our fan's not working. Well, it's just so quiet you don't hear it, which is the goal. We don't want you to feel like, I've got to turn this thing off because it's so loud. What that fan does is it gets rid of moisture. It also gets rid of stale air you have in your home. So it pulls air from inside out, and that the little gaps and cracks you have in your doors and windows, it's pulling fresh air in through there. Heating upgrades. So if you have a low efficiency or, older furnace, we like to replace those. Boilers as well. If you have an electric furnace, we can replace those with a heat pump or a mini split. We don't run into many of those, but as we're moving towards electrification and being more green, I'd love to get more mini splits and heat pumps in. We replace water heaters that are unsafe. That would be like a water heater that's backdrafting, one that's maybe leaking, things of that nature. At the very end of our job, we do a quality control inspection. So that's to verify that everything was done properly. We're checking out to make sure your appliances aren't backdrafting. We're making sure that we're installing the right amount of insulation. We're doing the air sealing in the attic. If we don't do our air sealing in the attic, what happens is, if you've ever looked into someone's attic and you see mold, that's because there's air leaks there. So if there's air leaks, you're going to have mold. Bath fan vented into an attic, tons of mold. So one of a couple different things that we do, but we check over everything to make sure things were done so we can pay for everything that we did properly. One of our ARPA weatherization success stories, this is really pretty cool. We had an energy auditor go out. They spent, we qualified the home for over $14,000 of air sealing, insulation, HVAC upgrades. When the energy auditor was out there, they found 6 gas leaks. So imagine, you kind of walk around, you have a little, you smell a little gas leak, like, someone's like, oh, you're crazy. Well, no, you likely do have a gas leak. We were able to fix those immediately. That means that the client's not paying for those gas leaks anymore. The gas is going where it's supposed to go. And you're not having the possibility of having, God forbid, an explosion or something of that nature. Our energy saving work that we do with our weatherization program saves roughly about $500 per year on your utility bill. So if you look at now, this day and age, our utility bills are going to continue going up. So that number will continue getting higher and higher every year that you're able to save because we're reducing the air loss and insulating your homes. When health and safety, those things keep people safe. You want to make sure your air inside is healthy, so your indoor air quality is good. So we lower bills, health and safety with, indoor air quality. One thing people don't think about is, the quality of a child. So you have let's say you have a kid, right? And the child has asthma. Kid's home because they're sick. Parent has to stay home with the child. They're losing out on funds. They might lose their job because they can't, they don't have childcare for their child. If we're doing a good job with our health and safety and our air sealing and insulation and such, we're being able to make the indoor air quality of that home that much better. We're keeping the family healthier. People are able to go to work and, continue providing for themselves. We're increasing the comfort. So you have an older individual, they're low blood circulation. You walk throughout the home, you feel that your home is much more comfortable then after weatherization's been done. You don't have this one room that's freezing anymore. So it's, it makes the home more comfortable and enjoyable to be in. And we do wraparound services. So like, let's say that we need a new roof and we don't have deferral funds to take care of that. That's where Aaron in the rehab program step in. And we qualify you for a roof, or let's say that there's a sewer line repair that's needed. You've got a backup coming up. We don't want that water sitting in your home. So then we can get, you set up with the sewer line. We're all finished. If you have any questions, please reach out to Aaron or myself. We're happy to answer anything.
Awesome.
Do you have any-
Yeah, I'll just start and just say thank you. I wanted you all to come just so we could all get an update and know what you do so that we can get information out to our constituents about how awesome this is, like really amazing work that you do. And I think it is, it's one of the things about county government that's just like, it's improving people's lives who really benefit from it that would otherwise just like not be able to make those repairs. So thank you so much. I don't have any questions, but anyone over here first, and then I'll go to you. Bounce back. Commissioner Hodge.
For now. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for the presentation. I wanted to highlight that, from the field trip that we took a while back, Aaron, I think it's really clear that in Washtenaw County, we have one of the best weatherization programs in the state. So I did have a few questions fairly specific about it. How challenged are we in finding people to do the weatherization work? I know some counties are having a really hard time with that. How are we looking?
It's tough. We've look at it, I look at it in a couple different ways. We've hired several new people to be staff persons in our team. We had to train them almost, the energy auditors. We had to provide that training. It's hard to find somebody with this very specific skill set that we need. There are private companies that will do all of our work is done by private companies. Obviously, we're not doing weatherization work ourselves, but private companies, generally speaking, these days are making pretty good money doing just private work. It's hard to recruit them to come over and participate in a county program. We rely on long-term contractors that have been in the weatherization program for decades, in some cases, to continue to want to do this work. So we find a good contractor. We do our best to make them comfortable, help them be profitable, and serve, the residents. We're at the phase now where we've ramped up. We've got our staff. We've got more clients coming into the program. We're going to need more contractors. So that's one of our next challenges, is to find a good contractor that's willing to participate, willing to run through some of the training that they need to participate in this, regulated federal program. Try not to scare them off, that sort of thing. But it's not impossible. It's just an extra part of our job we have to kind of work on now.
How can we be more helpful with that part of it?
Ooh,
I mean, I would say if you have any work done in your own homes, or if you find, if you reach out to different contractors and you find out that, you run into someone, hey, I do insulation and air sealing. Really, when I hear air sealing, then that's a contractor I want to speak to, because air sealing is so much more, as far as I'm concerned, important than insulation. Anyone can blow in insulation in an attic, homeowner can do it. Air sealing, if they can get that right, I'm gung ho, ready to talk to them immediately. So if you hear that word, that's someone we definitely want to talk to.
Okay.
and I'll add, if I had a second to think about this, I think when you provided the ARPA funding to us, you initially said, hey, here's $1 million. Go ahead and weatherize more homes. And our initial reaction is yay. And then we say, wait a second, who's going to do that work? And so we came back to you and said, hey, we got to hire somebody to do this work. And you provided an additional set of funds to provide the administrative part of the deal. So we could spend the $1 million by hiring somebody, staff person, to kind of oversee those funds. So that support, where you're understanding that this work doesn't just happen every time people try to give us more money for weatherization, which happens quite frequently these days. It's a good thing, but it's also, you can't just give us money and expect the same people sitting back behind the desks in OCED to be able to just absorb hundreds of thousands of dollars more. We have to have boots on the ground in our office to make that work happen. It's labor intensive. We're messing with people's homes. We're the middleman between the homeowner and the contractor. So it's a very delicate balance that takes a lot of time and effort to do well. So I don't know if I answered your question.
I think you answered the question. So the other thing I would point out about it is the data on it is really clear that this is a really critical service for keeping people in their homes. And as the ARPA dollars start to run out, what would you want us to be thinking about on how we can keep the program running at the level that's running at?
We have the opportunity to take on more bill dollars. So if we have enough staff, then we're able to say, hey, state, we can go ahead and spend that money, but we can't spend that money with what we have right now. So, as far as our climate goals, as far as, moving forward and expanding that instead of, ARPA ending in 2 years, we have it end in 5 roughly with Bill unless they renew it. So if we have more people, then we can get more money from the state, guaranteed.
Last thing, I really like a good map. I bring this up from time to time. Do we have a map that shows how many homes you've served across the county and where the homes are at?
Yeah.
We do have. the
We
map.
can provide that to you. Yep.
Okay.
We map that from time to time.
You like a map too, don't you? Okay, everybody likes a good map.
I love
All
the
right, thank
map.
you.
All right. Commissioner Robbie and then Maciejewski.
I too am very pro map, so agreed with everybody. First off, I want to say, Aaron, Heidi, thank you for your amazing work on behalf of the residents of Washtenaw County. I know that oftentimes the work that each, individual department at the county does can sometimes, go overlooked. But what you're doing is absolutely critical to our residents. And just want to thank you both for your dedication to this. Aaron, I remember that first time I knocked your door 13 years ago. So I've known you for years now. You're doing great work, both of you, and I'm really appreciative to see you both still at the county, still doing this work. I just had a few questions. You mentioned climate goals, Heidi. How are you tracking the climate impact that the work that you're doing is having? Are you tracking it? I know it could be hard potentially to exactly put a number, but
We aren't necessarily tracking climate goals. I don't know if there is software available that we'd be able to do that with. I know that, with the,
well, I mean, I guess it just might even be helpful to like the environmental council to get maybe even an update from you on what you're doing. But, for every home that you do, insulation or whatever you're doing, I wonder if there's a way of even like putting a rough estimate on how much carbon is being saved by doing that. And then, obviously translating that to the larger numbers of what you're doing every year. If it adds a huge administrative burden, I don't want to take away from all the other good work that you're doing, but I do think it would be really helpful for, as we look at, our goals across the county, to sort of see what you're doing in that light. And especially as hopefully we'll see how the budget process goes, but hopefully we'll have some capacity, staff capacity that will help the environmental council. And it would be they could potentially help you with doing some of that. And you could do it in the interim until those people get hired, hopefully. And then we could, kind of combine that, but.
right. No, I just thought about, there is a software program that the feds are creating. They're piloting right now. So I'm hoping that would be available. It is something that I've been wanting to track as far as like your actual utility usage.
Right.
And what we're doing there. So that.
Right. I mean, that could be it, right? You track their bills before and after, and you could pretty much easily see the, kilowatt hours or however you measure gas in a home bill, but you could compare the usage.
I'll add that there's a lot of different metrics that you can use to quantify this stuff. The Department of Energy's method is to calculate a savings to investment ratio. So they're kind of doing it on the front end. We're not technically allowed to do work that doesn't have a positive savings to investment ratio. So that's just how they've chosen to kind of like decide what work is eligible.
I am hopeful though, with this program that's supposed to be coming out, that we might be able to implement that. That is something that I've been wanting to track for a long time, to be able to say, here's proof. Like we have these estimates, but here's our proof. So.
That's awesome. Andrew, or Ashley, would you be willing to talk to Michelle about potentially seeing if we can have them at a future meeting? A couple other questions, if I may, Madam Chair. The first was talking about contractors. What is your relationship with, I know that in the contractor space, obviously, the building trades have very robust programs in terms of training and apprenticeship and stuff like that. Do we have any partnerships with any of the building trades unions? and contractors that work with them on, building out that pipeline of contractors.
The state of Michigan does have some things in place. We have a training center here. It's been up for about 5 years now. So that's something that the state has been trying to work with the different building trade professionals and other training centers to be able to bring on more specialized contractors that can do this kind of work. I mean, it's dirty. It's not fun. It's not glamorous. It's not like the new kitchen. You're getting into a filthy attic and, nasty crawl space, and you're doing some gross work. The nice thing though, is that you're saving, you're helping save the environment, you're helping the clients, so you have to have, sorry, I'm going off on a little.
No, that's okay. I
You have
guess
to have client or contractors that are interested in helping people.
that's great. I mean, I guess what I was trying to get at too is, union contractors that hire unionized workforce tend to have broader networks of contractors that are available. And so if we can build partnerships like we have in other spaces with building trades unions themselves, they may have entire networks of contractors that they're already working with that they could help, especially if we're doing volume, on these projects. So just wanted to put that out there. And the last question I had was around renters. Did you mention that in the presentation? If you did, I missed it. But
No, I don't think I mentioned it, but renters are eligible to participate in the weatherization program.
and that's what I thought. And so how does the landlord, what's the involvement? What's the conversation? How does it go? If I'm a renter, I want the home that I'm renting. Do I have to have a certain length of a lease already in place? Can I do it if I'm on the last month? What does the landlord have a say in it? I mean, how does that go?
Yeah, it's not too complicated. We basically we qualify the tenant as the applicant to the program, as long as they qualify based on their income, et cetera. We have the landlord fill out a landlord applications that they agree that they will allow us to weatherize their home. In return, they have to keep the rent for the household fixed for 2 full years and not, kick the tenant out for no particular reason. They have to kind of allow that home to continue to be occupied by that qualified person.
No, and as far as the landlord having the ability to say, hey, I want this and I don't want that, that's not an option for anyone. So you can't say, oh, I want this new furnace, but I'm going to decline all these other measures. You have to do everything that we find is being needed.
Last question on that is, do you find that landlords are generally amenable to this when their tenants sign up and they're okay with the 2 years rent freeze?
Yeah, the amount of money that's being put into
I
the
can
house.
imagine.
is-
Yeah, I can
we're
imagine.
recouping that very quickly.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Okay, Commissioner Machewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here tonight. A couple of questions about the program itself. Quality control. So when you're dealing with vendors and contractors, what is your process for evaluating whether they're doing what they said that they would be doing?
So myself, along with my team, are all either BPI are certified already, or we have one person that's working towards getting that right now. So I take quality, and I mean, that's something that is extremely important to me, and I try to push that down to my guys, to my people. So, I don't want to have a contractor come in and do a poor job. I want to be able to sleep at night and lay my head down and say, you know what, we did everything we could for this client. So carrying that with me, if I see a poor job or if I see something that's not done properly, it needs to be fixed. And again, if our people see the same thing, that's really something I really preach and hit hard. We need to make sure that our contractors are doing work that's 1, called for, 2, saves money, and then 3, we can all say this was done properly.
And second question, so where are the participants coming from for the program? How are you getting referrals? And if people are interested or maybe interested in referring somebody, how should they do that?
Yeah, we have a person dedicated to just taking applications and talking to community members to help them to apply. We're currently marketing all across the county. Historically, we've sought out neighborhoods where the housing stock needs, the houses in those neighborhoods need to be weatherized, and the people who live in the neighborhood are more likely to fit that lower, that I mentioned earlier, that very low income level that we used to have to be fixed to. So east side of the county, we would focus on that pretty heavily. Folks out in the country, we can find an old farmhouse that needs a ton of work. Anywhere someone can qualify if the home hasn't been weatherized before or isn't, we don't do apartment complexes. I didn't want to, if that was a question, we can't weatherize multifamily buildings very easily. We may attempt to do some of those over the next few years to expand our reach, but yeah, we're in the midst of just trying to push the word out pretty widely right now.
And who should people contact?
What was that?
Who should people contact if they're interested in participating in this?
They can, I can give you the phone number right now, or they should call our office, look us up online. Our intake person's number is 734-544-3008. They can give us a call and we can move forward. You know, like Aaron said, I'm just going to piggyback on that. One thing, you know, we have been hitting the east side in areas that have been more impoverished. Here's something I want though, and I would really like to do is be able to get out to the more rural areas. You know, when we look at government, a lot of people feel like they're feeling left behind. And I really want to let them know, you know, government, we're doing things for you. We're not trying to forget about you out here. We're not, you know, I've lived down in Milan. You know, I've got a lot of people down there that I've been bringing into the program, and it's just, but it's, you know, like, but I want to get everyone the services that they deserve. You know, you pay for taxes. You should have some services to be able to reduce your bills and feel like government is working for you. So
I can feel the passion that you have for your.
yeah,
work,
I
so,
know it's
yeah.
it's a little over the top sometimes.
So it's important. You know,
Um,
yeah, the ability to make these kinds of repairs enables people to remain living in their homes in a safe
Exactly.
way. It's you know, good for the climate. You're improving the environment. So it's really important and impactful work that you're doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Robbie had a follow-up question.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering on the multifamily unit comment. So I know that's gonna, obviously that excludes a lot of renters in the county. So is it then true that, so like say there's a lot of houses, for example, that are cut up into multiple apartments. Is that something you guys couldn't handle or?
We can do a fourplex or smaller.
Okay, all right.
And there is a state contractor now, or a state agency essentially, that is able to do multifamilies. So they are trying to be able to help out in areas that, you know, a multifamily would be too big for us. But there is a state.
Like you couldn't go in and do like an individual unit in an apartment building. You would have to do the quadplex is the biggest you could go.
Right, right.
All right, thanks.
Awesome. Commissioner Beaman?
There we go. Sorry. I have a quick follow-up to that. Based upon that this is sort of income level driven, if it is a privately owned home that is separated, the individuals who are in there renting may fit that, but not the owner of said rental.
So the other thing with a rental is we have to have, if it's a duplex, only one side needs to be able to qualify. If it's a triplex, then 2 of the 3 units need to be able to qualify. So that may help in that situation.
And the landlord has no income, their income doesn't matter at all.
Well, unless they're living in. the
Well, if they
unit.
live in the other unit,
If they
yeah.
live in it.
then-
Okay,
right.
okay, yeah, I'm thinking we have, my area is Milan and very rural. And we do have some that where it is a home that's either been divided into 2 or 3 or 4, and they could use these services. However, I know that the landlord who does not live there would not meet the income requirement. So thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a real quick follow-up around if a home has been weatherized, I know you mentioned that it can't be weatherized again within a certain period of time. Is it 10 years? Or, because there is a window.
I know.
Fif-
Thank you
fif-
for calling me on it. Yeah, it's 15 years.
15
I was
years,
just trying to
okay.
keep it, you want some details in the weeds, you got them.
Yeah.
Go there.
Thanks.
So a home can be
Yeah.
weatherized again, but it
Yes.
has to be 15 years
Thank
later.
you.
Yep. All right, that's all. Thanks.
All right. Anyone else? I have like one related to, so I don't know if this is probably restricted on some of the state and federal, but like I'm thinking maybe there's room in the ARPA dollars, air conditioning and like climate control. I mean, I just say this as like, as our air quality, like we went through a big chunk of time this summer where our air quality was really bad. But also for senior citizens, and also just like there's data that shows like in communities where people have lack of access to cooling off at home, the violence increases in the summer. So I feel like very passionate about these programs, also including climate control and air, like air conditioning access and central air. Thoughts?
No, that's.
Comments?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, 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 you're good.
That's actually something that we talk about in our team meetings. So we are able to do air conditioning a lot, as long as we have funding, as long as we have rebates. So there's a couple different things, and you have to have a doctor's note. So we do have some guidelines around air conditioning. You know, you look at maybe an impoverished neighborhood, and like you were saying with crime, right? If you have a nice, cool home, are you going to go out on the streets at night? Or are you gonna stay in your home? You're gonna probably stay in your home because it's.
Even during the day.
What was
Yeah.
that?
I mean, even during the day,
Or
actually.
during the
Yeah.
day, whenever, you're gonna wanna stay because it's comfortable, right? Indoor air quality, again, you know, if we're able to air condition in that whole house as opposed to just like a window unit here, a window unit there. You know, if you're in a tough neighborhood, you're not gonna open your windows, ever. It's scary, you know, so you're gonna have an air conditioner. So that is something that I do feel passionate about and I advocate for. I would like to get towards like mini splits and things of that nature, but we are doing central air. That's a high efficiency unit.
So quick question about like, I get that there's, like you said, restrictions and doctor note requirement, but like with ARPA, for example, the dollars that was already allocated by the Board of Commissioners, couldn't that be tweaked to allow room to use some of those funds for air without doctor's notes for people just that meet the income guidelines?
So one of the things with ARPA, we want to be able to serve a certain amount of clients.
Okay,
So, and we have a dollar cap on that per household. So
Okay.
that's one of the things we're trying to work with. There is the housing rehab program, which sometimes can do air, you know, there's an air conditioner wait list that opens up.
Mhm.
So that might be something, you know, I'm all about trying to figure out ways to maximize what we can do in a home. So it's not something that and regular weatherization is doing a good chunk of air conditioners right now, but we have different rules. on that.
But it's not an allowable measure through the formal weatherization program. We have to get creative and use other funds.
Yeah.
Utility rebate funds and that sort of
Right.
thing.
Is that, but only for people who have doctor's notes, right?
Well, we've had long discussions about opening up we want to be able to tell the community, what do we
Yeah.
do? We do weatherization, you get this, this, and this.
Mhm.
Do we want to add, you get air conditioners to that list? We just don't have the funding right
Right.
now to
No, I
blanket
see.
say, you qualify
Yeah.
for this, you might get an air conditioner. We have to, this is our best way to find a way to
Sure.
fairly limit the
Sure.
number of air conditioners that we could afford to do. So that's what we've decided right now. I would be thrilled if someone, you would tweak the ARPA regulations that we wrote up, you know, a year and a half ago. We made a good guess. We're pretty close to what we
Yeah.
anticipated doing. I would make a few changes if the folks who oversee the ARPA funding would be open to that. Be happy to talk more about that if you want.
The only issue with that though is we wouldn't be able to serve as many homes.
No, I
So
guess I'm
that-
just asking just in case, like, what if we get to a place where we have extra dollars remaining that we need to spend down? An easy way to do that would be, you know, supporting like a number, X number of like air installations.
Mm.
So I just think
That would
it's
be
like,
great. It would be great.
Yeah.
It's just, right now, we don't
Yeah,
feel
yeah,
like we have.
well, I don't want to
funding
take away from
like,
the other
lay
stuff.
it
I'm
out
just
there.
thinking about like being able to cool off, especially when we have really hot days, but also the air quality. That's just what I'm thinking about. Like in the future, I'm sure we're going to be dealing with fires more and more. So
Most definitely. And a doctor's note could be as simple as, you know, you've got asthma, you've got,
Yeah.
you know, child with breathing issues. I mean, it could be pretty, he just like, it's not minimal, but it
Mhm.
doesn't have to be something extreme, you know, extreme.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, interesting. Thank you so much. Any other questions? All righty. Do we have any other? You're free to go.
All right,
Thank you so
for
much.
having us.
And seeing that we have no other items for current or future discussion, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All in favor? All right.
All right, good evening, everybody. We are going to call the Board of Commissioners meeting to order at 7:02. Thank you for your patience with us. We're going to get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. So please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. All right, so a couple of housekeeping items today. Clearly, something is amiss. I have injured myself and need to keep my leg elevated for the duration of the meeting. So that's why I am sitting this way. I wouldn't be sitting up like this if I didn't have to. But so thank you for your patience with me. A couple other things today. So Administrator Dill is not sitting next to me as he normally does because he doesn't want my foot in his face. Understandable. I do have a cast on and a sock over it, but you know, he's over there. Hopefully I'll have him back next meeting when my foot does not need to be elevated any further. That's probably pretty good. Let's start with roll call. Bryce, let's hit it.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge,
Present.
Commissioner Labar, Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Machieski, present, Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Here.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
The team's all here. All right, before we get started with our regularly scheduled programming, I want to wish Commissioner Crystal Light a very happy birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you for being here, doing the good work of the county. I hope you have some good celebration planned later. I also want to point out that I believe this is our the first board meeting since Andrew DeLue was made Deputy County Administrator. It's all good stuff. I think Administrator Dill will talk about that more later. I would ask him, but he's not sitting next to me as he normally does. So I felt like I needed to ask now. Great. Before we get into public participation, I believe we have one resolution to honor someone in the community, and I think Commissioner Beaman is going to take care of that.
Continental Army Service Member Archibald Armstrong and Samuel Waldron. The Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, September 6, 2023, whereas Archibald Armstrong was born in 1765 in New York State and was a drummer and fife as part of the New York Regiment and served under Captain Hicks, Captain Parsons, and Colonel Van. I'm going to butcher this, Shire. There we go. And was taught by his father as a 10-year-old boy to be a drummer for his father's militia company, while his two older brothers were fifers, and drummers played a critical role in the company regiment. Archibald Armstrong died on January 29th, 1847 from complications of a rattlesnake bite while living at his home on Morgan Road in Ypsilanti. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners formally recognizes the rededication ceremony hosted by the Ypsilanti chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution, the Sarah Caswell Angel chapter of Daughters of the American Revolution, and the Huron Valley chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution at Oakwood Cemetery to celebrate and commemorate the service of Archibald Armstrong and his first Lieutenant Waldron as part of our community's and country's rich history. So it's a very shortened version of some very wonderful men, but feel free if you'd like to say something.
Thank you very much. Representing the DER and the SAR tonight, I'd like to thank you. We are honoring, this is a part of our process to honor the 250th anniversary of our country, which is coming up July 4th, 2026. As you passed a similar resolution last year for the Forest Hill Cemetery in Ann Arbor for 2 veterans there. We have about 22 of these veterans we know of in the Washtenaw County area that are buried all throughout the county during that period. So we'll be coming back for other veterans leading up to the anniversary, the end of the Revolutionary War in Yorktown in 2033. So you'll see more of these. So thank you very much.
All right, very nice. All right, well, now we can move, that's the only one we have, I believe. That's correct. Yep, it is. All right, now we're gonna move into public participation. So here at the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting, you get 3 minutes for public participation. If you're joining us in the room, I'll have you approach the podium. We have a nice color-coded light system there that starts off on green, goes down to yellow when you have 1 minute left, and then it stops at red. Once you stop at red, yeah, you got to stop at that point. I got to cut you off if you keep going on beyond that. It's a board rules. I don't want to do it, so just stop when it gets to red. If you're joining us via Zoom, there are a couple of ways you can participate. You can raise your hand, hit the raise a hand icon. I will call on you, and then you will state your name and where you're calling from, and then you'll go for 3 minutes. Same rules apply. You got to stop when you run out of time. If you're joining us on Zoom via phone, you hit the *9 buttons to raise your hand. When I call on you, you will hit *6. You will unmute yourself, and then you will go ahead and give public comment. Would anybody in the room like to approach the podium and give public comment? Well, come on down. You don't raise your hand. Just come on down. Not all at once, though. So please state your name and where you live. If you do not do that, I'll have to remind you at the end.
My name is Noah Dollar. I live in Northfield Township. And I wasn't sure if I was going to say something tonight. I was just looking over the agenda and I didn't see anything about this. So I figured I might be able to add something here. Last night, I was at the Ypsilanti City Council meeting, and it was pretty harrowing. People were describing the issue with houselessness in the area. Many small business owners called the situation untenable, unbearable. It was, really difficult to listen to. It seems like there is a houselessness problem all throughout Washtenaw County that is continuing to grow, and it's outgrowing the resources that are being made available for people. When I was last speaking to y'all here in April, there was $3 million, $1.5 million for 2 years that was set aside for solving some of these issues, specifically $700,000 each year for 2 years that was supposed to go towards emergency housing. I think specifically the idea was it would go to the emergency hotel program that was running at the time. That program, as far as I know, was capped. I don't think new people were allowed to enter into it. And as far as I know, people have been kind of filtering out, which is a little bit of a shame. I know of at least one family that probably could have used that program. I guess I am not sure where that $700,000 is going now. I know that OCD was supposed to administer those funds. And one thing that I would just bring to y'all to maybe consider, there are a lot of community members that I think care very deeply about this issue. And to the point where there are buildings around the Ypsilanti area, which doesn't have, full-time shelter right now. One on 10 South Prospect that I know of, it's about 5,000 square feet. It wouldn't, fix this problem, but it could make a significant dent. It's about $300,000. So if we could set some money aside to maybe purchase that, some money to have some full-time staff members for it, I know people that would be willing to run this and would do so efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do want to let people know if this is your first time coming, we don't get to respond until after everyone has given public comment. So please stick around or at least turn the meeting on while you're, don't distractedly drive. You can watch our recording if you are not going to stick around for response. Come on down.
Well, good evening. My name is John Dunlap. I'm live in Scioto Township. I'm the business representative on the Community Corrections Advisory Board. You used to work on that, I know. So I came here for two reasons. One is, first of all, I'd like to thank Director Renee Casey for all her hard work on that program. It's been a tremendous, had a lot of good effect here in our county. Secondly, we had a meeting here about 2 weeks ago, and it was pointed out that the funding for an electronic alcohol tethering program was not renewed. And that is about $400,000. I understand it's on the agenda tonight. I was glad to see that, and I would encourage all of you to support that. Director Casey gave me some data this year, and we're not done with the year yet. There's been 805 people who have used this program. If they did not use this program, they most likely would be spending time in jail. And we have a small jail for the size of county that we have. So we need to efficiently utilize resources and also work with these people to help provide some corrective behavior. So I would encourage you to all to support this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Jim Clark. I live in Ypsilanti. I wanted to talk about something that I feel like we keep missing in our definitions. When we talk about houselessness or being unhoused versus homeless, there's two critical factors, and one of them everyone pays a lot of attention to, and that is the idea of having a shelter and having food and water. But if you look at the triangle, if we're all accepting Maslow as a relative fact, then human beings need love and belonging as well. What they need is a place where they feel like they are important to people and that people are important to them. If you look at the definition of home, it says a place where you're a member of a family or of a household. Key concept being a member of, you belong there. And that's really the issue, is that when you're homeless, you have no place to belong. I was in 2019, I was in the Delana Center, and one of the hardest wake-up calls that I had there was realizing that I couldn't call my parents, I couldn't call my brother. I was suffering an alcoholic relapse, so they had, tough loved me out of their life. I was in a sheltered marriage. I had no friends. I kept up with none of my close acquaintances. So I literally had no support system whatsoever. I was alone. And that's what we really need to address. But in the meantime, the winter is coming, and we do have this emergency shelter need. And yes, there is a building available on 10 South Prospect. It's got 2 floors. It's very cheap. It's on a bus line. It's within walking distance from downtown, and it's right there next to the Towner complex. So you've got all that support mechanism right there. Avalon could run it. They could use that place to directly pipeline people from that facility into one of their houses. And it also encourages us to reconsider the housing model itself. I wrote an article once called Community or Publicly Funded Communal Living. The idea of the hospitality house, if you know what that is. Also, they can be expanded to provide emergency shelter over the winter. I don't know if you know of Mercy, Mission, but the Purple House, the Weather Amnesty Program, we've been running it successfully for 4 years. And it's basically, we take the people that get kicked out of the Delana Center. So a vast number of these hospitality houses could absorb all of that need rapidly, and then put them in a system where they're going to get immediate help, because they could be staffed by social workers, and they could be there overnight. And in the morning, everybody would have a plan. They would have a place to go. It would be very proactive. So please consider that model, and please consider that building on 10 South Prospect in Ypsilanti. It's a winner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey folks, my name is Melissa Milton Pung. I live in Scioto Township. I'm here in the capacity as a consultant to Scioto Township regarding the Wild Fry Farm that's on your agenda tonight for a local historic designation. Briefly wanted to tell you about it, and I wanted to also thank you in my second part. First of all, about the Wild Fry Farm, it is a historic farmhouse, and it has a barn, it has a lot of outbuildings, and it has about 5 acres associated with it. The township presently owns it. It's not occupied. It's not on the tax rolls. Putting a local historic designation on the property allows them to do their buy, protect, sell strategy, to purchase it, stabilize it, and then put it back on the tax rolls. Not only will this historic resource be saved and sold, also the land will be conserved so that it can go back into potential agricultural use. And we can't tell anybody what to do with the property once they buy it, but we can set it up so that perhaps we will see people doing active agriculture on that property. It's important not only because of the buildings, but also because of the story of the people there. The Fry family were immigrants from Germany. We are all of us immigrants in some way. It's important to have these stories still kept on the landscape. It's important not only for the people who own the buildings, but also for the people who drive past it, the people who exist in Washtenaw County, so that they can enjoy our beautiful community. So I want to thank you for taking this up tonight, and I hope that you will adopt the ordinance. I worked very hard on that report, but that's not the important part. The important part is the ordinance, which will protect the property. The second part is I want to thank you for continuing to fund a part-time position for historic preservation at Washtenaw County. I was hired because the county doesn't have the capacity to do this type of research and development. Many of you probably remember that I ran that program for 12 years until I went on to other public service starting in 2017. It's my pleasure to come back and support the county. It's also my pleasure to know that there's still going to be a staff person to support the Historic District Commission as they oversee this and many other rural properties that have the pleasure of self-choosing to be covered by ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name's Luna. I rent in Ann Arbor and have lived in Washtenaw County for most of the last 14 years. I've been lucky enough to work closely with many of our community members who struggle every day to meet the needs of our over 2,600 unhoused neighbors. And through their work, have made friendships with some of those unhoused neighbors. My own sister-in-law and 5 nephews under the age of 7 are currently homeless due to my brother's arrest on a domestic violence charge. And I have had friends and acquaintances of all walks of life who have been unhoused or forced to remain in violent housing conditions because they couldn't afford other housing. Affordable housing has been a campaign promise of most of my government representatives since I moved here in 2009. And yet housing prices have nearly doubled in that time. Unfortunately, you all have at least 2 forms of power that the majority do not have. You have the power to change laws and ordinances, and you have the power to decide how our tax dollars are spent every year. In partnership with city, township, and state governments, I'm asking to use those powers to return the wealth that has been extracted from the poor and working class by landlords, developers, and CEOs for far too many years. Limit rent prices, require that landlords take vouchers, and tax profits on unaffordable rental properties and low wages. I'm sure you're all aware that the wars on drugs and poverty in the 80s and 90s have been proven entirely ineffective at addressing both and only produce more poverty. Spend less on law enforcement and stop tying social service funding to law enforcement bodies. Use those funds to create both temporary and long-term housing that comes with wraparound support. We're out here, we're doing enormous amounts of work with very little resources. I know that projects are lined up. I know that funding has been allocated. And unless something more drastic is done, people becoming unhoused will far outpace those efforts that are months or years in the future. You know that lives are on the line. Hopefully now you also know that your constituents are expecting a life-saving transformation soon. I'll be following up with an email with a list of 10 actions that our unhoused neighbors have been asking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Shannon Sigurd. I'm the Unit B Chapter Chair for ASME 2733. I have a couple things I want to clarify from not last month's meeting, but the prior month's meeting from public comment. I missed last month's meeting to clarify some of the statements because we can't respond after you guys respond in the end. The first one was in reference, Commissioner Sanders brought up us opposing Greg's raise due to the color of his skin. We also opposed Michelle's raise. She's very much woman and white, so still a minority. It wasn't because Greg is Black. We did not oppose his raise. We opposed the amount of his raise. The second one was when Commissioner Scott, and I did speak in NLMT, but she wasn't there, spoke about her experiences through COVID and nursing in an intensive care unit. And I just want the public to understand when we fought for parity for our members, our nurses in the county that are employed by the county did not work in intensive care units. But I do sympathize. I can never empathize completely with your strife in that position. But when my uncle was disconnected from life support, I stood in St. Joe's for 15 hours in that, and that was not a PPE gown. That was a rubber trash bag that was thicker than anything I ever experienced in healthcare prior. Those were not normal yellow gowns we used to put on for babies with RSV. Those weren't normal masks and shields, and we were in that hot getup for 15 hours waiting for him to pass. Well, our cousin was across the hall, and then my mom did pass. So though we can't sympathize, the people in the county that worked during all of that deserved parity with those other units that did not experience the same you did as the nurses here. And on to the new stuff. The fiasco that MAG still is. We just went through the PDQ JAQ process. The PDQ was the old reclassification process. Now we have the JAQ. It's proprietary. We can't see how it's scored. We can't see what's done. We appealed. Our positions, every single one in my unit was denied. The administrator was the final say on them. And I don't understand. We have a high school diploma position that the administrators in the department, the supervisor said is no longer a high school diploma job. We won't hire anyone with a high school diploma. It still wasn't reclassified. Hasn't been reclassed in over 10 years. So I have another one in public health where they're all behind the increase. I don't understand why when you have supervisors, employees, elected officials, department heads that are appointed saying these are not right. And only 2 out of my 6 am I saying these are not right. There's got to be something different. MAG is a complete fiasco and it just continues to keep harming our members from its inception. And it just did it again with our appeals that were denied and we don't understand why. Thank you.
Can you state where you live for the record? Sorry, I don't think you said.
It's okay. I live in Lenawee County. I always forget because I don't live in Washtenaw County.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Girk. I'm from Ann Arbor, and I'm the chair of Washtenaw Climate Reality. And I'd like to thank you all for proposing the climate action plan that you put forth in December, Resilient Washtenaw. Excellent plan. I just want to make sure that that plan doesn't fall by the wayside and that it gets implemented. We all know that climate is now a crisis. It's no longer just climate change. Several months ago, the Secretary General of the UN said we're now in the age of global boiling. And today he said we're now in the age of climate breakdown. And that's certainly the truth. All you have to do is watch the news at any night. You know that we are far beyond the point of something hypothetical or speculative. We're now in a real serious critical situation. So my point here is that it's fantastic that you proposed the plan that you did. I just want to make sure that it remains a high priority and that it gets implemented. I see that you have weatherization update on the agenda today. Great, fantastic. Let's use that as a starting point and move on from there. I know you've got a lot of very, very important issues that you deal with, not least of which the ones who have been brought up by the other participants this evening. Let's make sure that this stays right up there on the top of the priority list as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go on down.
Hello, I'm Sphinx McDaniel, and I've lived in Ypsilanti for about 5 years now. I'm here to demand a 24/7 shelter here in Ypsilanti. Homeless people are people, and they deserve a place to stay year round. Creating a shelter is the absolute least thing we could do. We're demanding a 24/7 shelter here in Ypsilanti. Thanks.
Thank you. You've been very patient. You let a lot of people go before you.
Hi, my name is Zachary Story and I live in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And I kind of heard about this last minute, but I want to advocate for the 24/7 shelter. It's kind of sad that we need to ask you to do this and we can't just trust you to do the right thing. I don't know if any of you've been homeless in your lives. Maybe I'd like to invite you to maybe get to know some of your unhoused neighbors some more. Lunch at the Delanus Center is free. And I'd encourage you to talk to people seeking services instead of do what would be comfortable for you and just speak to the board members, just speaking to the board members. If you don't know that there's a need for this in our community, open your eyes and unplug your ears. And I think you've heard enough from a lot of other people, and this might come across as cruel, but if you vote against this, I hope that you get to experience homelessness in your life, so maybe you won't be such a ghoul.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mary Campbell. I am the AFSCME Local 2733 President for Washtenaw County. I work for Washtenaw County's IT department, and I also have a part-time job working for the Delanus Center. So my first order of business today is to, one, thank the commissioners, administration, the county administrator, for everyone that listened to us the last time we were up here. I can't say enough how many emails I've gotten from employees who are grateful for what they did get, which allowed them to be able to breathe for the next few pay periods, multiple, to be able to breathe, so that they don't have to worry about if they're going to be able to make next month's bills or something to that nature. My second order of business is to address CMH caseworkers and the load of cases that they are holding right now. I'm not blaming the department, but they are not able to hire enough case managers right now for the amount of consumers that they're serving. And these are our most vulnerable constituents in Washtenaw County. And it's having an impact on those employees to the point where they don't feel that they're giving quality care to those consumers. We've done our homework and we've looked at the surrounding communities and municipalities and their caseworkers and what they make and the caseloads that they carry. And there is a big difference between what Washtenaw, the cases that Washtenaw County case managers carry and the discrepancies in their salary. We've tried the PDQ, JAQ process, and we can't get them upgraded, at least to the minimum at a decent starting wage in order to be able to retain them. We can't retain them. And this is a problem. And when I have case managers or CMH employees coming to me because of their amount of workload and they're overburdened or they're burnt out and they want to leave, it's like talking people off of the ledge, and I don't want to have to do that. I don't think that any of us should have to do that. Washtenaw County should be a place that you want to work. I know I do. And I'm still here 9 years later. My third order of business is, I agree with what everybody just said about homelessness. Didn't realize this was on the agenda, but hey, I'm there. I'm a very strong advocate now for the homeless out there, and the shelter that is currently running right down the street, 724, have a part-time job there. And I get it. I understand it. Thank you very much for your time. And no, I don't live in Washtenaw County.
I know, but I gotta ask you where you live, I gotta do it.
Thank you very much.
Can you still state where you live though? All right, come on. Bryce can find that from a previous meeting. Come on down, please. Thank you.
A lot has, oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Sasha. I live in Ann Arbor, live and work here. So a lot of things have been said by a lot of smart people, and I just want to ride on that and highlight the demands of this community, which are the following. 1, create and fund a dignified 24/7 shelter in Ypsilanti before spring. 2, open a temporary shelter immediately. Fund and do not interfere with unofficial and temporary shelter spaces and street sweeps and camp sweeps. And 3, ensure that the houseless and housing insecure communities have decision-making and veto power in all Ypsilanti shelter spaces and in their creation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room want to give public comment? Sorry, I don't need to yell. I've got a microphone. Sorry about that.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Price and I live in Ann Arbor. And I actually am just, I have the same demands as many of my colleagues back here. But I am also following up, the last time I spoke before all of you was about the Family Emergency Stays program. And I want to follow up on a few of the things that were said after we expressed our desire to have that program continued. And the first thing I would like to do is thank you for continuing it. At that time, some of the commissioners expressed that they thought that an emergency shelter, a true emergency shelter, was a really good idea in Washtenaw County. And I am wondering, I don't know if anyone will be able to address this in your comments afterwards, but I'm wondering what happened with that. And I have heard that it's partly because you're trying to get a housing commission going. But I just want to express the urgency of the matter. You know, the winter is coming. I mean, even the fall at night is really difficult for people who are unhoused. And I actually worked with the weather amnesty program at Purple House through Mission, which was mentioned earlier. And I can just tell you that we can't even come close to meeting the demand. I mean, it's a pretty dire situation. And so I just want to reiterate a 24/7 shelter now. And then possibly looking at an even larger expanded facility later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lindy and I live at 169 North Washington in Ypsilanti and I work in downtown Ann Arbor. And if you are in support of the following demands about a 24/7 shelter, please stand up. I'm going to repeat the things that Sasha said because we've thought about them a lot. They are solutions that the community has come together about over weeks. We are organized and we are unified and we're willing to take the next step to make sure these things happen. 1, create and fund a dignified 24/7 shelter in Ypsilanti before spring. 2, open a temporary shelter immediately. Fund and do not interfere with unofficial and temporary shelter spaces. End street sweeps and camp sweeps. 3, ensure that houseless and housing insecure communities have decision-making and veto power in all Ypsilanti shelter spaces and in their creation. We were at Ypsi City Council last night and they pointed the finger at you all. They said, we don't have enough money to do this. Other people have the power and the money to do this. So if they aren't going to bring it to you, we are. And if y'all don't do anything, we're going back to them and we're keeping the power on you all because we know you have the money and the power to do it and we will hold you accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Come on down. Anybody else in the room? Public comment?
Hi, I'm Louisa. I live in Ann Arbor. I just wanted to emphasize about the shelter that it's really important that it's community run and that the community has decision power over it. I'm glad that Delaunay's exist, but we don't want another Delaunay's. I volunteered at Purple House too, like Cynthia and Jim, for last winter for 4 months. I'd go there every week. The things I've heard about the lawn is were really bad. So I just wanted to emphasize that point, that we want the community to have power over this shelter and make decisions, and for community-based temporary shelters to be funded by you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Not seeing anybody. Ashley, who we got online?
Chair, as of now, we have no one for public comment online.
No one for public comment online. All right, well, last call for public comment in the room. Anybody else? If not, then we will move into Commissioner follow-up to public participation. I would start us off by saying that I listened to the public comment and a large portion of the City of Ypsilanti's meeting last night, where many of you spoke. I'll get the pillow out of the shot there. Probably get that better. Where many of you spoke, and I also heard what many of you did here too about some of the city officials pointing the finger towards us on how we may be in a position to fix the problem. I mean, the truth of it is that it's going to take a collaborative effort between multiple levels of government to do that. The example I always like to throw out is county government doesn't have any control over local zoning. So when you're thinking about where can we set up a shelter, part of that is having a conversation with city officials in the city of Ypsilanti, for example, around maybe where would it be a good place to do that. People brought up specific locations, and that's certainly something we can explore. And I know other commissioners want to talk more about this too. And certainly this is something that the county would probably want to partner in terms of funding. You know, recently a group of us, it was me, Commissioner Somerville, and Ashley and Terrence and Sharnessa from OCED, toured the areas in downtown Ypsi and talked to many of the business owners that had been impacted largely by the situation related to Yucca and the street closures and the damages that they suffered because of that. And then we've also been working on much of the what many would call the crisis at the location at the Growing Hope site. So it is certainly something that we're all paying really close attention to. And I'd say that at another follow-up piece would be at our next meeting and the meeting after that. There's going to be a series of presentations about the longer term strategy related to housing and homelessness that the county is going to be engaging in. And we'll hope that our local government partners are going to want to join with us in solving this community crisis that we have on our hands here, that we are all very much really committed to solving. Now I'll let everybody else talk. Commissioner Robbie, he whispered to me earlier, could I put him on the list to respond? So I'm going to go to him first. Well, you beat Commissioner Labar, so you go ahead and go first.
Okay, if it's Labar that's next, I'll go first. Sorry, Andy. Well, I just wanted to start off by thanking everybody that came to testify today and speak about this issue. This is something that obviously I've been talking a lot about at these board meetings. And everything that you have said has been absolutely, stuff that, I support and I can get behind. Obviously, this is one of the most critical issues in our community, and providing for immediate shelter is really important. And providing for long-term shelter is also important. We need to build more affordable housing in the county. But as we go into that conversation, one of the things that I want to be really crystal clear about, and that I have said many times at these board meetings, is we cannot let the ghost of Ronald Reagan guide our decision-making. We cannot let free market capitalism be the guiding light here. We cannot rely on the private market to somehow magically solve our problem with this fictitious supply and demand situation. If we want to solve the housing and homelessness problem in our community, we as the people of Washtenaw County through our county government need to step up financially to make that happen. And we, the people, should fund, housing. And I think I love the way that you guys are thinking about these houses. I look at, commercial real estate websites every once in a while just to see, hey, what's the housing stock available out there? Because yeah, we're spending $700,000 a year housing, a small handful of families, which, we want to keep them in these hotels. We don't want them to be, out on the street, but we're spending $700,000 a year to keep them at a hotel. That is so cost ineffective. And we should, why can't we spend $700,000 to buy, not just this building's 250, I just looked it up, 300, maybe there's another, house on the east side, maybe there's some houses in Ann Arbor we can buy. And I think that is a much better use of our resources, our public resources, the people's resources, even some of the federal dollars that we've brought in. We as a county can and should be making some of these investments. And that's why I have spoken since day one as I started on the board, and I will continue to push for us to create a Washtenaw County Housing Commission, because again, we are the solution. We, the county board, can create solutions through a Washtenaw County Housing Commission. City of Ypsilanti does have a housing commission, so does the city of Ann Arbor, but some of the work that they're doing is, constrained. We as a county have much more, obviously the whole county that we can look at for new housing opportunities. And that's exactly what we should be doing. We have county properties that we should be looking at for new housing opportunities. So, absolutely agree. And I do somewhat disagree. I don't know if I agree or disagree with one of the comments that was made, but I just want to quickly say, in terms of running any facility that we would be looking at, and I'm sorry, I don't know if we actually have anything on the agenda tonight on this issue. I didn't see anything on the agenda, but it was alluded to that we would have a vote. I don't think there is an actual vote in front of us, but if there is going to be a proposal put together, I would actually prefer to see it be run by the county, because in my opinion, that is how the community or the public runs a facility. That's how there's accountability, is if the people through our communal government run a facility. And I often don't like to see when we sort of privatize services, whether it's to a nonprofit or a for-profit entity, if it is not a governmental agency that is running it, then there is less accountability and less opportunities for you, the public, to come and say, hey, something's really wrong at this facility. We think you should change it. And so that's really why I think that what I would like to see, if we're going to do a shelter of some kind, is for the county to operate it as well. That's going to take money long-term, but I think there's other funding sources that we can bring to bear in this scenario. So, yeah, I support the idea of doing. Obviously, I defer to my colleagues from the east side of the county on location, but I think we do need more sheltering capacity in this county from an immediate shelter perspective. But we also really we can't lose sight of the long-term housing needs in our community. And I do 100% believe that those need to be built and constructed by the public sector to support the need in our community. The private sector is profit-driven, they are greed-driven, they're looking to make the most money and extract the most money out of renters in our community. They are not looking to solve a problem. And if we want to solve the issue of housing insecurity in our county, we, the county, we, the city, the county, and governments across our community need to step up and actually put dollars towards solving that problem. We cannot rely on the private sector to do it. They will never solve the problem for us. They are profit-driven. They are greed-driven. It will not happen. We have to take charge. And the thing I would end on is, I've been talking a lot about the housing commission. I would like to see the county put forward an actual resolution that at least gets the process started. I'd love to do a legal review of what our options are. And so I don't know if Ashley, if you want to work with me on this, or the chair.
I would just say that
together.
significant work has already happened on it. And you will see more about that either in the first October meeting or the second September meeting. In the meantime, if you want, you could connect with Elise, because Elise has been leading a lot of the work.
Okay, I would just like for us to have an official board action that sets a path. So I think Elise is in the back, but would love to work with you, Elise, wherever you are, on putting together a resolution on this. I just think we need some official statement of, intent for the board to move down this path. So thank you.
I think you'd be very pleased with what we have so far. Greg.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for coming out to speak today.
Yep. All right, Commissioner LaBarre, and then Commissioner Somerville.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate everybody who came out and spoke tonight about the issue of sheltering. I think, and the issue of helping individuals in need of housing more broadly. I think Commissioner Robbie spoke a bit about some of the challenges we face in terms of zoning and in terms of what the county's role is or is not. I would just say I welcome finger pointing and accountability. I think those are good things. And I do think Washtenaw County has in the past taken significant steps in this area, and we need to continue to do that and do more. The dissolution of COFU back in 2019 has dealt certainly a significant blow to that in terms of coordinating that response. But we are putting in place the new Human Services Partnership. I believe there are going to be transformative services that are funded in that, but we need to do more. I would encourage us to look at surplus, to look at reserves, to look at any and all funding availability that we have. I will note the hotel program that was mentioned earlier. Your advocacy was very helpful along with other organizations and individuals. That is certainly not the most cost-effective way to serve the most amount of people in immediate need. But I would argue it is certainly a dignified human action and worth taking. This is a huge global problem. I agree with Commissioner Robbie's points about the free market failing to solve this challenge. It is not set up to solve this challenge. We will need direct action. I will not kid anyone in this room, however, that I think Washtenaw County has enough capacity or just simple amount of dollars in our general fund or federal and state pass-through to truly tackle that. We need federal action. We need federal resources. We need essentially the state to allow us to do some of those things. Rent controls were mentioned. We cannot legally control the price of rent as a county in the state of Michigan right now. Please advocate for a change in state law. I appreciate again the advocacy. I would love to see those demands. I would view them as a guideline that you are giving to us in terms of where you want to go. I think they would overlap with what we've heard from many other individuals and organizations. I would invite folks to participate in bodies like the Continuum of Care that we are a part of. There are times where solutions that are shared in this room and at that microphone align and do not align with what we've heard from other providers and other service recipients, both present and past. This is my long-winded way of saying we are on the same side, want the same sorts of things. The details will be dependent on some things that are beyond our control, but that effort is one we will make in tandem with you and try and do so as much and as hard as we possibly can. Secondly, very quickly, Mary Campbell spoke in her role with 2733 about the challenge we face in CMH on caseloads. And I think she spoke rightly in terms of the capacity issues. Fundamentally, we need the state government and federal government in particular to put its hand on the scale, so to speak, to impact the mental health care provider network throughout this country. We need to directly subsidize it. We need to directly incentivize people to provide those services, to do that work. Right now, you can make more money in fast food and other similar endeavors, which are not without worth and value, but do not require the same credentialing that some of these direct care positions pay. And you can make significantly more money at significantly smaller physical and mental risk in that work. So I don't quibble with anything that Mary says about the scope of that challenge. I would say again, though, we are the conduit where resources from other units of government actually hit the human being. We will continue to do what we can on that, but we need outside help. And I would encourage any and all advocacy on that. Thank you again, everybody who spoke. I appreciate the sentiment. More work remains ahead, but thank you again for being here with us tonight. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone who came. First, just for the my colleague who serves on the corrections, community corrections board with me, thank you for coming. I know we're going to talk about this later, but I'm really glad that we will hopefully take action to prevent the tethering program from not moving forward, because I don't want to see those 800 folks having to serve time in jail. That just is very disruptive to folks' personal lives. To everyone else who came to speak about
issues for our houseless neighbors in Ypsilanti. Thank you. The folks who are currently, displaced from permanent housing that's safe for them. Those are my constituents. I care really deeply about this issue for a lot of personal reasons. And it's been my number one priority for the last 2 months. So some of the things that are part of the larger conversation that we've been working on since I've been here, which it's hard to believe it's only been 8 months. Family sheltering expansion this winter, we obviously did continue that program past April 1st. There was a period where we no longer accepted new families. We're supposed to get an update on next year's wintering program, or I guess this winter's program, I think at our next meeting, correct? And I believe, hopefully, I was hoping Chair Hodge would mention this earlier, but we are working on expanding the family shelter with Alpha House? No?
Talk about it another time.
Okay. All right.
That's not prime for prime time, I think.
Not prime for prime time, but there are things that we're doing to try to expand the family sheltering which will offset some of the other issues of capacity in terms of like single individuals who are experiencing homelessness. So Commissioner Robbie mentioned this, but I am really trying to push us while we're also dealing with the emergency at hand to invest more in increasing our permanent supportive housing stock, because providing people who are chronically homeless with wraparound services long-term, actually, it's effective. There's so much evidence that proves that permanent supportive housing works, but also to Commissioner Robbie's point, I'm a huge proponent of more public and social housing, because under capitalism, we're never going to be able to prevent people from getting in situations where they're 1 or 2 paychecks away from being homeless. Again, the hoteling program is super expensive. So we've also been talking about looking at ways for the county to acquire property to do some rapid rehousing. Again, our next 2 meetings, we're going to have stuff on the agenda. We don't actually have anything on the agenda tonight to vote on. And then to the point regarding the city of Ypsilanti, I watched the meeting last night. I used to serve on city council. A few points that I want to make, because I think source of income discrimination was mentioned either here or there. The nights are bleeding together for me. It's illegal to deny somebody to be a renter in their property for source of income discrimination in the city of Ypsilanti and in the city of Ann Arbor. There are surrounding communities that do not have any protections related to source of income, which is a bigger part of the problem, because the city of Ypsilanti is only 4.2 square miles. But if you know folks who have been discriminated against for source of income in the city of Ypsilanti or the city of Ann Arbor, that's just good information to have, because Fair Housing Center will go, pursue those cases. And the only way to make sure that these ordinances are working is if people actually check them. There's been a case that Fair Housing Center has taken up in the last year related to this. And just like, regarding I guess pointing the finger, I've been working really closely with Mayor Brown related to just like emergency response for the folks that are living at Growing Hope right now, but also related to long-term response, because the city of Ypsilanti, I used to serve on city council, they do not have the financial resources to sustain a 24/7 shelter. Really, like a partnership would still there's just no money for them to actually allocate towards that. So I am committed to working with them to figure out a solution. But I guess I don't think of it as blaming us. I kind of have told them we need to do more for Ypsilanti. So I don't want you to take it as them kind of kicking it. We've been talking very closely, and the reality is we need to I believe that we need to step up and help on the east side of the county more regarding this issue. And I think that is all. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. I would also point out that it would be extremely valuable for some of this advocacy to occur in Ypsilanti Township too, just because the second largest municipality in the county. Many of the people, when we're thinking about the specific crisis at the Growing Hope location in the city of Ypsilanti, many of those people reside in the township as well. So just want to throw that out there too. We all got to work together. Commissioner Sanders, we made eye contact. Was that you wanting to speak? No, it's not. Does anybody else want to respond to public comment? No. Nope. Administrator Dill, go ahead, get in there.
If I may, Chair, I just want to let everyone know that we do plan to bring back over the next couple of meetings a response to a request from this board for more information around our housing in Washtenaw County. I will say that I'd like to see us change some of the narrative that's out there and not see this as a handoff to the county. This is a community issue, and it'll only be resolved when all of us come together to address the concerns that we know are out there. So I'm hopeful, I'm optimistic that this board will be pleased with what they see over the course of the next 2 meetings. A lot of time and energy has gone into this. We are making sure that our engagement strategy is solid. And I am hopeful that all of you will be supportive of what you hear, and then we can begin to apply resources in the most appropriate way.
Excellent. Thank you. Got one more. Commissioner Robbie wants round 2. Go ahead and get in there.
I always want a round 2. Just wanted to quickly mention, I know that there was some talk about state legislation. I know there was a big rally in Lansing yesterday that I unfortunately was not able to attend, but the Rent is Too Damn High group had a big rally. It seemed like it was really well attended, and I think a lot of their demands were spot on in terms of the legislature needs to take action on this. I think it was either LeBar or Somerville that mentioned, a lot of the state hamstringing our ability to, put in place the proper regulations. I would add, and I think that this was in the list of I think they had 4 or 5 demands in their statewide rally too, but additional state funding for, us to be able to do this. And I would just say, that for decades, local governments across the state and across the country, quite frankly, have been intentionally emaciated by, forces that wish to, basically for government to not exist. And so, our funds are limited to that degree. I think we do have some capacity that we need to explore, such as our bonding capacity and other, state and federal resources that are already in existence. And so I think we need to look at how do we establish our ability as county government to do good work for the people, bigger picture, even beyond housing. How do we reestablish our ability to do good work in the community, whether it's providing healthcare to people, or food, or, the list goes on. And so making sure that there's funding available from the state to be able to do it. But also I want us to think about, bigger picture too. How do we increase abilities for local communities to properly raise revenue, right? And that's something that needs to be part of the conversation. And right now we're limited to our property taxes, right? That's not a sustainable way of running government. We should be given the ability to put in place, different kinds of mechanisms of raising revenue that involve, frankly, taxing the wealthiest in our county. We are one of the wealthiest counties. And so, we don't have the ability to do an income tax. The state of Michigan doesn't have the ability as a state to do, any kind of income tax that is graduated. We need to repeal that, at the state level and give counties the ability to have some kind of a wealth tax that we can put in place to raise more revenue and divert that revenue to, making sure that we have housing in our community. So this is a bigger picture fight. I'm really appreciative to everybody that's here for engaging in it and everybody that showed up in Lansing at the Capitol. I really wish I could have been there. But those are the exact kind of conversations we need to be having right now to really reestablish our ability to do a lot of this really important and transformative work. So we have work to do. And the last thing I'll say is it is especially insulting to me in an environment where we do have money at the state level that so many dollars are being spent on corporate welfare and corporate subsidization, millions upon millions, upon hundreds of millions, upon billions of dollars are going to companies like GM and Ford and Stellantis. Think of what we could do at the local level with, I believe at this point, we're at $3.6 billion just this year going to the private corporations in our state. Think of what we could do with $3.6 billion across Michigan in our counties and our municipalities to build housing, to build shelters, to provide food, to provide healthcare for our state. So it is especially sickening to me that that is happening, and we can do better. So the advocacy needs to happen at all levels. We all need to work together on this issue. Again, really appreciate everybody for showing up. Thank you for giving me a second shot, Chair.
Yeah. I'll give you a third shot, but I don't think anybody else wants a second one. So we're gonna close this part of our agenda now and move on to liaison reports. My leg may be elevated, but I am still interested in liaison reports. And I believe Commissioner Somerville has at least one for me. What you got?
I do have one. So I had the Commission on Aging last Friday. And I guess I'm sure, I don't know if other folks have gotten emails yet, but I know I have because I'm the liaison. There are dollars left over from the RFP that where funds were set aside for older adult services. So I think I asked Andrew about this before my meeting, like what happens? Does that mean the Board of Commissioners get to decide how to reuse those dollars? And I guess I'll just throw it out here now and then perhaps we can follow up later, but it makes sense to me for those just to all like be redistributed to the 9 folks who were awarded anything because we're going to run out of time. So I just want to highlight that here. Many of them have reached out, some of the organizations and as well as the commissioners on the Commission on Aging. So that's my update. There are questions about that. I'm really glad that we've gotten through that process, but now there's this like question of like what happens because we didn't allocate all the dollars. And it kind of makes sense to me for that just to be redistributed across the board to the folks that were already awarded. I'm one person. I'm just saying that here for the good of the board and just like the time and capacity and the need to spend those. But all in all, I think, folks were happy. I just think the question now is what about the rest of the dollars? And then of course, timeline on county mapping for older adult services. So those are my updates.
Good updates.
Thanks.
I'll say something about the resolution when we get to resolutions. Anybody else have a liaison report? Commissioner Light.
So myself and Bryce, was that last week? We went to the Youth Commission. They were installed and took their oath so that they could begin commissioning. So it was an honor to be there and to see them be sworn in. And so just looking forward to seeing what our Youth Commission will present to our youth in the county.
Thank you. Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to note that the Board of Public Works met on June 16th. And part of the report that we received included an update on the first four of the county cleanup days that has occurred this year. There's one remaining, I believe. But there's been a very positive response to the scheduling of the drop-offs, which was the new process that was put into place this year, rather than having just open hours and people showing up whenever they show up. People have to schedule ahead of time. There's been a very positive response from not only the participants, but the people that are staffing this and volunteering at the events as well. And wanted to pass along that word in the work of the Water Resource Commissioner and all the sites in pulling off those events in a very successful way. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Liaison report. Commissioner Sanders.
I just wanted to acknowledge that the director of the Road Commission, Cheryl Siddle, has announced her retirement. And so they have found a replacement for her, but just wanted to publicly acknowledge the work that she's done for the Road Commission. And also personally acknowledge her reach out to me in my first term. She actually was the first and only department to reach out to me to try and do some sort of orientation. So just wishing her well in her next endeavors. And then also related to Michigan Works, they have officially made their move and moved into their new location off of Ellsworth. Myself and Commissioner Light were able to actually tour that. It's a renovated location, looks very nice. They've got ample space and they are sharing that workspace with Washtenaw Community College. So that move has been completed and hopefully we'll be looking forward to continuing the service to the residents that were provided when they were located in Ypsilanti. And that's it.
Look at liaison report. Thank you. Anybody else? Any other liaison reports? You got another one. Commissioner Maciejewski, what you got?
I'd just like to follow up on what Commissioner Sanders noted about Cheryl Siddle's retirement. And I would like to thank her as well. She's always been responsive to me and the questions that I've had.
But I want to note that the new director is Matt McDonald, Dexter resident. So really excited about that. Our sons play baseball together too. So I want to congratulate him on his elevation at the Washtenaw County Road Commission. Look forward to working with him as well.
Very nice. We'll hope to have him here soon. If that's how he likes to spend his Wednesday evenings. Anybody else liaison report? Yeah, exactly. Who doesn't? Okay. We'll move on to special orders of business. There are none. No appointments this time. Move into the consent agenda. Now this one will make hopefully Commissioner Scott excited. You did look. Okay, so we didn't have a ton of communications this time, but Bryce and I took a look at the communications, and so what you will notice is we've had this ongoing conversation about, we receive communications from other county board of commissioners, other government bodies, and we typically just receive and acknowledge them and go on. But some of them we don't like. Some of them are garbage, and we just don't want to, we want to do something different. And we've decided to do something different. So of the set, so the strategy going forward is I will give my recommendation on how to handle the various communications, and then that's what we'll vote on. I liked all of them except for this piece of this interesting one from Livingston County, that it was a letter that they sent to the Area Agency on Aging 1B, attacking diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives with a lot of coded language, racist language. I mean, just don't send us this kind of thing. Otherwise, I won't recommend that we receive and file it. So that's why I've recommended that we don't do that. Well, all the other ones are good. So with that said, I would look for someone to move the consent agenda. Okay. Okay, any discussion of the consent agenda? Anybody want to pull any for separate consideration? Nope. Okay, sounds like people they like it, right? They like it. Okay. This is a voice vote, isn't it, Bryce? It is. That's a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. No abstentions. Great. Okay. Now we're going to move on to resolutions, and I would look for someone to move that we go into closed session to receive a legal opinion from Corporation Counsel.
Support.
Okay, this is a roll call vote. Bryce, or any discussion? I don't think any discussion on it. Pretty clear. Bryce?
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
All right, we will move into closed session. So for our viewers at home, you're not going to see anything on the screen for a while. We will be back at a time that I can't predict. And if you're in the room with us, please hang in there, and we will be back at a time that I can't predict. But then we'll come back and do the rest of the meeting. So stay tuned. All right, calling us back to order. 9:34. All right, so let's get back to it, everybody. Hopefully that was a good break. I don't have a good break here. That's funny because I broke my ankle. All right, so I'll be here all night. So we're gonna move into resolutions. So I got a couple of things before I ask for somebody to move the first reading resolutions here. We have a substitute resolution for the item, a resolution authorizing provider exemption waivers, that one. If you've been following really closely, you'd see that we no longer have the item related to senior services and that RFP on there. As was discussed earlier in the meeting, a little bit more work needs to be done on it. It's like 75% baked, and you don't want to eat a cake that's 75% baked. So we're putting it back in the oven, and then we'll be back next meeting with that and with a completed resolution. So look forward to that. Please tune in. And then for the final resolution change, that we have the item related, item H, under the first reading, the resolution to approve letter of understanding with ASME is a time-sensitive item, and we're gonna be moving that on to single reading. With that being said, I would look for somebody to move the single reading items. Sorry, no, we don't. Look at my mistake, long night. Looking for somebody to move the first reading items, and I think Commissioner Scott would love to do that.
Thanks, Chair. I hope I could keep up with all the changes. A resolution to adopt an ordinance designating Wildfray Farm as a Washtenaw County Local Historic District under the jurisdiction of the Washtenaw County Historic District Commission. B, a resolution authorizing the county administrator's signature on the Washtenaw County Health Department's comprehensive agreement in the amount of $18,199,604 for the period of October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024. C, a resolution ratifying the signature of the county administrator on the subrecipient agreement from the Michigan Public Health Institute to provide support to the health department for the ongoing operations of the Health Equity Council Backbone Organization grant in the amount of $341,846 for the period of October 1, 23 through May 31, 24. Amending the budget, authorizing the administrator to sign and delegate contracts. D, a resolution approving the Washtenaw County Mental Health 23-24 annual operating budget in the amount of $124,199,595 for the period of October 1, 23 through September 30th, 24. E, a resolution ratifying the signature of the county administrator on the application to the state of Michigan, Michigan Department of Corrections, Office of Community Corrections in the Washtenaw County, City of Ann Arbor Community Corrections Board for the fiscal year 23-24, Washtenaw County, City of Ann Arbor Community Corrections Comprehensive Plan in the amount of $2,434,970 for the period of October 1, 23 through September 30th, 24. F, a resolution to create 2 FTE American Rescue Plan Act supported positions to support the Mobile Support Services Initiative through December 31st, 2024 from administration. G, a resolution authorizing the recategorization of the Community Priority Fund resources and the creation of a grants manager position from administration. H, a resolution.
We're not doing H. The H is the one that got moved.
Not doing H, thank you. And that would be all of the first readings.
Is there a second? Thank you. We always appreciate Commissioner Scott reading those. One of these days, I'm gonna get Commissioner Somerville to do the reading of all those resolutions. One of these days. The day's not today, though. All right, anybody like to pull any of these for separate consideration? Commissioner Robbie, what you got? Item E. All right, any other ones? Okay. Discussion on all the items except for item E. Figure out, oh, you got, do you have something there? You want to pull another one? You got questions, okay. Well, I'm gonna start with Commissioner Labar. You've been pretty quick on the draw, but it's all right. You gotta share the love here. Commissioner Labar, what you got?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to thank the CMH staff. They presented at our last meeting on the budget. A lot of hard work has gone into it. It was presented, I thought, in a really clear and concise way. I would have mentioned this at your favorite liaison reports, but say it now. So I appreciate Trish and her staff and what they've done on the budget and with the organization. So just wanted to mention that mixture.
Thank you. What else we got? Well, I know you're in the queue, so go ahead, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I actually had questions on that item as well. I noticed in the presentation in the packet that just to clarify, this budget that we're passing does not include millage dollars.
Well, I think we have a potential presentation for this, right? Isn't that the plan?
That would be helpful.
Well, that's the plan, isn't it? Well, let's have the presentation. All right, you have 3 minutes. I'm just kidding. Take as much time as you'd like.
But on that note, we are actually, Commissioner Somerville is having us attend the September 20th budget meeting for an update on all things millage. So it'll be an opportunity to talk more about millage 2 weeks from today. We get the full hour with the sheriff's office.
All right, rock and roll. So I have not had the pleasure of meeting quite all of you yet. So I'm Nicole Phelps. I'm the CMH Finance Director. I've been doing this job essentially since we turned into an agency of the county. So back in 2015. So just to get started, I wanted to give you guys an idea of how many people we are currently serving. This is our latest number. We're at about 6,300. And when I compared this to where we were in 2021, we were at about 5,300. So up about 1,000 individuals we're serving at CMH. And this has a lot to do with our new designation as a CCBHC, which you can read about in depth in the 70-page budget book that is in your packet, which does detail all of our different funding sources, even the different Medicaid waivers that we get, our contract relationship with the PHP, the state, who we serve, what kind of services we provide. So please do review that. And I'm always happy to entertain any questions about that at any time. If you ever need like the CMH 101 of funding, happy to do that as well.
Just the one thing I wanted, CCBHC that actually started off as a millage initiative that we are now using Medicaid from CCBHC has been a huge win for our community in that it has removed a lot of the barriers to people accessing the more robust service array of services that CMH can provide versus kind of traditional insurance, let alone uninsured individuals. So this has been a huge win for our community, and we're really excited to see, that the numbers are up on who can access our services. So, just have to always put in a plug in that it's Senator Stabinov's signature legislation, and we're really, really excited that it's taken off here in Washtenaw County.
So this graph just represents, I think it was last time we were actually here physically in this room, we were passing that fiscal year 2020 budget. And that was, about $85 million in totality. And here we are in fiscal year 2024, up to $124 million. And about 111 million of that is coming from the PHP. Wanna scroll on for me? It's coming from the PHP. In some form of Medicaid, whether that be traditional Medicaid, Healthy Michigan Plan, et cetera. We did have, through our strategic planning process, really the goal of diversifying CMH's revenue and increasing it. So clearly we've been able to do that and are actually in a really good financial position right now. So that's great. So this pie graph just highlights essentially where our funds come from. So again, primarily that PHP revenue contracts for our Medicaid relationship. We also get some state general fund dollars. We have grants and other sorts of relationships with MDHHS, like providing nursing home screenings. So that's part of that category. The county appropriation is around about $1.7 million. We use that primarily to meet our local match obligations. And then just the all other category that captures some project revenue, third-party revenue, et cetera. So again, just a caveat that this does not include our millage funding. So this outlines exactly what the CMH expenses look like. So we have a very large portion of our budget. So about 72 million of that 124 million is contracted services. And so I broke that out. You can see a majority of that is going to community living supports of some form, whether those are in unlicensed settings or licensed settings. And then kind of the all other category, which we'll talk about a few of those today. And then the rest is really all of our internal services and our administration. All right, so as far as the contracted services are concerned, really, it comes down to community living supports, our CLS, special res, community inpatient is a big part of that. So psychiatric hospitalizations. Also, another big service category for us now is autism services. We also have some vocational respite clubhouse. We also provide peer drop-in and others that get identified during an individual's plan of service. So CLS, this used to be the biggest area of growth. And it was kind of one of the things that was really hard to predict where we were going to level off with CLS and the need in the community. We have seen that the increased need for CLS has leveled off. We have some areas, some other areas that we'll talk about that are starting to trend upwards. But as far as CLS is concerned, there is about $1 million increase to the CLS budget overall for fiscal year 24. And there's also CLS as a primary receiver of that direct care worker pass-through that comes through from the state. So that will be, with the additional 85 cents, that will be a total of $3.20 for fiscal year 24. So that's included. And we did do a CLS rate increase last year, fiscal year 23 of 5%. So that's in the 2023 projection, and then that'll hold true also for fiscal year 24. So moving on to the license setting side of that, this is one of the areas where we've really seen some growth. So this is, individuals living primarily in like a group home setting, right, with other folks. These rates are paid on a per diem basis, so they're receiving supports 24/7. And this has really been, I don't know if you want to talk about acuity. That's not really
Yeah, this slide and the following one is really reflective of what we're seeing statewide with a higher acuity, what we're seeing in mental health. And also points to, for those of you who listen to discussions in Lansing, that there is a inpatient bed capacity issue, as well as there is a state hospital bed capacity issue. So what you're really seeing is the bottleneck here, where a licensed residential setting, which is this slide, is a higher level of care from more just CLS services. So what we're seeing is that we're having to put people into higher levels of care to either prevent that state hospital or to discharge them out of the state hospital. There's also a high demand, lack of capacity. So these are becoming very, very expensive beds. And so thus between the pass-through, because these services are also receiving the pass-through that Nicole just mentioned for unlicensed CLS, but also this is higher utilization, with this particular service.
So moving on to our psychiatric hospitalization. So again, this has been an area of growth, really definitely coming out of the pandemic. We've seen a big increase in youth hospitalizations. And those hospitalizations are just costing us more as far as like a per diem rate, right? Like being able to access those beds and pay for those stays has become more expensive. So wanted to be sure that we plan for that growth. We do not anticipate that's going to level off this fiscal year. And also we are really at the demand of, you know, the hospitals, not only in Washtenaw County, but outside of our county, and the rates that they're willing to negotiate for inpatient hospitalization. So just planning for that as well.
And again, this is also reflective of a statewide, what we're seeing when we really drill down into the data around our inpatient utilization is our utilization for adults. It's not necessarily that more people are getting hospitalized or their length of stays are any longer. This is really quite reflective of youth and how many youths are requiring inpatient hospitalizations. And there was not enough adult beds and there's certainly not enough kid beds. And so we are having to send a lot of our Washtenaw County youths out of county to other hospitals in which, you know, we're kind of at the mercy of the rates that they want us to pay them. So this is a big statewide issue that needs some big policy decisions around. So that's what we're really seeing here in inpatient.
So the applied behavioral analysis for this is ABA. So these are autism services that we provide. And this program started, did it start back in 18 or was it before that?
I think it started in 16, 17.
But we show on the graph back to 18 and you can see, I mean, clearly just the upward trend in number of individuals. I went back and looked at, you know, June of 2019 and we had served 159 individuals by then. By June of this year, we've already served 315. So it's not only the numbers, but it's definitely just the overall utilization of these services. Really, there hasn't been, you know, a drastic cost increase to those services necessarily. So it's definitely in the area of utilization. So just planning for, again, that growth. I did make, you know, a $3.7 million increase to this line item alone, which is pretty substantial for autism. So I think that's going to be up towards the $9 million mark moving into fiscal year 24. And then just to round out the expenses, just talking about our internal services. So I just use the salary and fringe projections that we have from the county for fiscal year 24. Use those to develop our internal program budgets. There's also some staffing increases planned for our youth and family program, really for those very reasons we just talked about. Autism services, you know, CCBHC has really opened up, again, the number of people that are eligible, the number of kids that are eligible for our services. So just giving them some relief in that youth and family program. And then just a usual chart about the county's cost allocation plan. And what else we got? All right. So overall balanced budget, $124 million. Any questions?
You know, there's questions. We're going to start with Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Chair. Let's talk about hospital beds. Chelsea Hospital, Trinity.
Yep.
Eliminating 30 beds at the end of the year, only adding 12 in Ann Arbor. Obviously, this is going to have an impact on the work that you're doing. Have you baked that into your projections, or what do you think the impact of this is going to be? And especially coming from a community that's had a long history of youth behavioral health need. I'm curious to get your take on what the impact of that closure is going to be.
Well, certainly there's going to be a lot longer emergency room stays as, you know, the existing emergency rooms, including Chelsea, are going to have to find placements. Many more of our Washtenaw County residents are going to have to be served out of our county borders and not in our local hospitals with that decrease in beds. And overall, with the reduction in beds, what all we really need statewide is an increase. It's reducing the number of beds for not just us, but our neighboring counties. So now Livingston actually was used Chelsea Hospital quite a bit, Livingston CMH. So now it just kind of ups the competition with the increased demand and even lowering the capacity. So longer emergency room stays as beds are being found, and more out of county placements, which could also have an impact on because of the relationships, particularly with Michigan Medicine. We have a very, very strong partnership with them, or their training program for their, med students. We do a lot of, I'll scratch your back, you scratch mine with, and so they really honor and keep our rates relatively lower than they do with others, especially with the specialty care that they're able to provide. So if we are no longer going to be able to have more beds here, we could be subject to other outside, out of county beds that are actually higher rates.
More expensive, right? And a second point, Mr. Chair, you mentioned community living services, CLS. Could you paint a picture for us maybe in terms of what do those services look like in the community? What are the kind of things that CLS pays for in terms of what people experience, just to kind of paint the picture of what the work that is being done?
Well, CLS services is direct care worker individuals that will come into an individual's home, and maybe they have a roommate or two, and really help them be more independent. Be able to kind of supervise their activities of daily living. They also will have them, help individuals access the community with other activities that they may want to do. Teach them more how to be more independent of, doing more skills. So it's a little bit rehabilitative in nature. It's typically mostly used for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, although we do have CLS services and specialized residential services for adults with mental illness. Typically, those individuals are have more challenges in independently functioning. So really CLS it's in lieu of what used to be state hospital institutions. This is a community-based way to safely provide services for individuals in their own homes in the community.
Right. So I think the numbers are staggering in terms of the increases in costs that are being experienced, and coming out of the pandemic, it only seems to be getting worse and more need out there. And here in Washtenaw County, it seems like with the loss of beds at a hospital, it's going in the wrong direction.
Correct. Correct.
So,
And the other thing that I'll mention is that statewide there's actually a lot of work being done legislatively and also through MDHHS, that all of this is hitting at a time when we also have a tremendous workforce challenge, in that there just isn't enough individuals going into the behavioral health field. So part of these rate increases that we're seeing in hospitals is that even if the beds are there, and I did speak with Alonzo and with Ben Mills from Trinity, it's really attracting people to be in the behavioral health field is really challenging right now. And a lot of it is because it's one of the lowest paid wages from top to bottom. So, I suspect that we're going to continue to see that type of pressure and that challenge, as that to either whether it's staffing the group home, whether it's staffing the apartment or staffing the inpatient unit, it's all going to get more expensive because the workforce just isn't there. So those are things that we're working with quite a bit, in Lansing and with MDHHS leadership on how to try to mitigate some of those pressures.
yeah, and the reality is people are going to be in emergency departments longer.
Mhm.
And that means people who are in emergency departments for physical injuries or physical health related issues might have to wait longer, because there's going to be more people waiting in the emergency department. All around, just a troubling situation for us to try and navigate. And I thank you both for being here tonight, and the staff at CMH for doing what is very important and difficult work. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate the questions, Commissioner Maciejewski, and the painting of the landscape of what CLS work looks like. And I really hope people understand how critical it is for everyone in the community. I started my career as a CLS worker at the Community Mental Health in Eden Clinton, and that's ultimately what led me to become a social worker. So it's always really important to me whenever we have these conversations about CLS services and what we need to be doing around here to try to ensure that we're providing fair wages and everything else to make sure that part of the system works effectively. Other questions for our friends from CMH? Pointing over here, but it doesn't have to be. I know you got something. Then you want to go? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I guess a few questions that I had on this. So I know that I've interacted with both of you on many occasions on many of these issues, and I should know the answer to this, but I was hoping you could elaborate a little bit. But in terms of your reimbursement rates from the federal government, it varies by the type of service that you're providing. Does it vary by who's providing the service or what setting the service is being provided in? As in, like, does the county get reimbursed for services that it directly provides differently than a contracted provider does?
Guess trying to answer that.
I mean, the county ultimately receives the federal money, but I'm wondering if, yeah, okay, you want to try to answer it?
That positive understanding what you're asking.
Because we're not reimbursed on a fee for service basis.
Per capita.
Right,
We're
right.
capitated.
So one big balloon
Right.
essentially, right? So say I need to spend more in contracted services, right? CLS, for example.
So it doesn't matter who provides the services, we still get the same amount of money, basically,
Correct.
is the answer to my question.
Correct.
And we also cannot deny services. So because we don't have enough money, doesn't mean we cannot provide the service.
Mhm.
So anything that's deemed medically necessary for, now, and now eligibilities change with CCBHC, we are mandated to have to provide that service.
Mhm. In terms of, thank you, and in terms of the conversation that was just being had about the availability of beds, I don't know what the scene is across the state in terms of mental health facilities, but I know that some counties have their own healthcare facilities, county-run healthcare facilities. And have we ever considered something like that to address the need in our community?
I'm not aware of any counties that are running like their own hospital systems for the inpatient
Oh,
beds.
they do. Well, they do. Yeah, many counties, more rural counties in particular, have longstanding hospital systems within their county. Some cities even have their own.
I don't know if you're talking about, a certain type of classification of hospital. So what we are considering here, to answer your question, is we are looking at starting a 23.5 hour observation, almost like a crisis unit. We do have a specialized home that is licensed to do crisis stabilization, like a residential. We were ready to open one of our own buildings to do kind of emergency room diversion, et cetera. However, when that was about to open, COVID occurred. And so that effort got stalled. And what we've done here is really build out a mobile 24/7 crisis team to be able to resolve crises in the building. But at this point, we are in conversations in partnership with Trinity and with Michigan Medicine about, do we want to jointly partner around some type of facility that actually focuses on kids? And what that would look like. That's relatively new in the state. They're piloting one of those facilities in Oakland County, but we are, because of what the pressures that we're seeing around youths and mental health, that is something that we're considering at actually looking at what was once going to be an adult focused 23/7 observation unit, but really seeing what it would take to make that a kids facility.
Do you think that will solve the crisis? Because there are still adults that are going to the ER, right?
No, I don't believe that anything that we could do here on our own in this county is going to resolve the crisis.
No, but I think, so I guess my point is, are we considering, it sounds like you've somewhat considered the option of having a county service at a physical location that people can come in and receive some sort of pre-treatment or diversion care. I like that idea, and I'd like to see us expand on that. And I think it's worth exploring, what other communities have done. Like I said, I know that there's other counties in the state and some cities that have their own currently healthcare facilities that provide a variety of physical and mental health care needs. And I think it's worth considering the potential of us doing that, because if it's not profitable for hospitals to have, psych beds, again, like the private sector and to some degree even U of M is thinking about the bottom line, the profits. And if we don't have to think about that in the same way, perhaps we could, fill that community need with a different set of, end goals, which is serving the community, not necessarily making money off of those beds. And so I think that's worth considering if we haven't already thought about that, but.
Do you have any examples of counties that you're referring to?
Yeah, I
for
mean,
this?
so like, I just pulled it up on my laptop, for example. So there's a whole council in Michigan of Michigan County Medical Care Facilities Council. Several counties around us have facilities like this. Again, I don't know the degree to which they provide mental health care. But I know the map shows it looks like at least 30 counties that have it across the state. And this isn't counting the counties and cities that have hospitals. Like, for example, I know city of Flint has a hospital that is owned by the city. Detroit used to until they spun it off and privatized it. But I know that a lot of rural counties, I believe, I don't remember the county that just recently privatized, but they're unfortunately privatizing a lot of these hospitals across the state right now. But a lot of them, a lot of the hospitals were created in these communities under state law, under old statutes, because there was a need in each of these communities to create medical facilities and hospitals when there weren't private providers to do that. And so, counties were given the ability, I don't know I think it was through the public health code or some other acts as well, to stand up these types of facilities, hospitals, and other medical care facilities in the state to provide direct services to their residents. So I think it's something that we should consider if there's a mental health angle on that. And if our two main hospitals in the county aren't providing the services that we need.
Thanks for providing that example.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Anybody else got questions for our friends from CMH? No? Commissioner Scott?
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I'm too busy trying to look at this Michigan County Medical Care Facilities Council. Thanks so much for coming and presenting to us and talking to us whenever we have questions. I feel like I should know the answer to this. Is the only psychiatric ED in Washtenaw County at the University of Michigan? Are there any other dedicated psychiatric EDs in Washtenaw County?
No, quite frankly, I don't know that there's any other psych EDs that are just psych EDs anywhere else in the state.
I was gonna ask.
Yeah, PES is very unique. And so that's part of the thing when we're looking at developing like more of a diversion from the emergency room. It's almost like we're kind of like keep on layering crisis care on top of crisis care because we already have a psychiatric emergency room, unlike other counties across the state. So yeah, no, we are unique in that way.
Do you know if the second largest healthcare provider then in the county would be Ascension, if they have thought about creating something like a psychiatric ED? Because I'm just kind of going back to Commissioner Maciejewski's issue about saying the EDs are crazy.
Yeah.
Anybody who's been to an ED knows that. And then those of us who work in healthcare, if I'm charge nurse, I call every morning for a state of the hospital and hear all the time we're in high occupancy and 58 are boarding in the ED or 40 people are boarding in the ED. That's not 40 people are in the ED. That's like people boarding in the ED waiting for beds. So it piles it up more. Do you know then if other hospitals have thought about creating psychiatric emergency services?
Our conversations with Trinity is, they are very, very interested in doing something, whether it's an actual ED or more of a diversion from an ED, because they are definitely seeing that already in their emergency rooms. I know that Michigan Medicine, they, once upon a time, the kids all went to PES. Now they're trying to expand that MOT. The children's ED have now more what they call them. Katie, you would know, Commissioner Scott, you would know.
You can call me Katie, it's okay.
Like beds within designated psych beds in Mott's Children's Hospital.
Yeah.
So I know that they're trying to expand definitely in Michigan Medicine, and Trinity is certainly feeling it. And so they are certainly at the table. We had a meeting last Friday They're gonna tour the space that we were looking at, which is gonna be too small.
Yeah.
But I think there's some opportunity for actually on the Trinity campus to work together to do that. But that's very, 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 very expensive when
Yeah.
you're getting like physician, I mean, when you have to look at all the requirements around accreditation and what that looks licensing wise and what, who has to be on there 24/7. So I think that there is an opportunity for partnership. And, they're definitely at the table. And if we do this, we can't do it fast enough.
Yeah, amen. Where else I can't read. Oh, God, the indignities of aging. Where else are there psychiatric beds that people are going to outside of Washtenaw County?
Oof, all over.
Yeah. We have some in the Detroit area. Heather's probably the best one to answer that question. But I mean, primarily we try to stay in southeastern Michigan. Trying to think of the children's one that we send primarily to.
Havenwood, yeah. That's an
Yeah, I mean,
Oakland
we
County?
don't end up like up north
Okay, all right.
often, but it does happen. It
Oh.
does happen. And yeah, we're really, really at the mercy of rates.
It's mostly
Where-
southeast and then also going into the west side of the state
Yeah,
is
west side.
where
Yeah.
the most, Pine Rest, all that seems to be, have the most kind of capacity where we send our folks.
I mean, I know that when patients go to psychiatric inpatient units, there's a certain amount of restriction on visitors. But I also think about the burden to families that want to be to see their people with the extra burden of travel where they're going to also. The capacity that we have to have, I mean, for healthcare in general is more than what we have. And certainly for all of the psychiatric stuff. So I want to thank you both for doing the work that you do and sticking with it, because as long as I've been here, you've been doing it and you were doing it before I got here. So thank you, because I know it is hard, tireless, and often thankless work. But I see you and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Unless there's any other questions. Get it. That's great. Thank you. Thanks for sticking around. I think now is probably appropriate to be joined by our friends from the health department. All right, thanks for hanging in there. It's late night.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am joined by Jennifer Brassow, our Finance Administrator, who has once again done an excellent job, not only preparing our proposed budget that we're going to be talking about tonight, but also managing our resources day in and day out. This budget that we are presenting was recommended for approval by our Board of Health. Our Board of Health spent 2 meetings reviewing and asking questions about the budget in June and July. And so we'll go over some highlights. So first of all, this budget is just almost 18.2 million, and we are projecting a use of fund balance just under $440,000. One of the things that I want to point out, and that's important to consider as we present this budget, is that we have many items that come through our budget that are not directly related to public health department operations. They're certainly important and often required services that we must provide in the county, but they are really passed through. And so you'll see that list there that includes things like the indigent transport program through HVA, Washtenaw Health Plan, which, as you've heard from Jeremy Lapidus before, the director of the Washtenaw Health Plan, which is a separate nonprofit that sits within the health department and leases their staff from the county. Our dental clinic, for example, our medical examiner and food policy council. So really, if you look at our budget, just under 14 million of that, just over 18 million goes to support our public health operations through the health department. The other thing I want to point out is that we know that this budget is going to change soon, and it is not as correct in a way because we are awaiting more information from the state. Many of you are aware that in the governor's budget, there was an approval of an additional $25 million to support essential local public health services through our local health departments in Michigan. That funding will be backdated to October 1st, but we have yet to receive information about exactly what kind of allocation we can expect for our health department in Washtenaw County. We also know that that funding, although it is meant to be ongoing, could also be volatile in many ways because it is subject to legislative approval, and depending who's in the legislature, obviously it is not necessarily a guarantee. We are also waiting to hear about CDC public health infrastructure workforce dollars that were awarded to the state of Michigan. And we anticipate additional funding coming to local health departments. That funding was received by the state of Michigan at the end of 2022. But due to the delay in that approval at the legislative level, it is just now getting ready to be implemented. And so it's a 5-year funding project that now will be squeezed into 4 years because of that delay. And again, we are still not sure exactly what that's going to look like for us. And then, of course, at the county level, we currently are in the union negotiation process and have yet to know what impact that will have on our budget. So this is the budget that we are presenting with the best information that we have. Next slide, please. So items for consideration, just wanted to highlight what is different in this budget. First of all, we have the creation of 2 grant status positions for the Washtenaw Health Plan. This is through their human services funding that they received. And again, it comes through our budget because those staff are leased by the county. We also are increasing support for our community health assessment work, and that includes an increase for our Community Voices for Health Equity group and initiative, as well as the elimination of an epidemiologist, a vacant epidemiologist position, to create an epidemiology coordinator. That work is really expanding and is essential to our community health needs assessment process. And so we're looking to create a coordinator for that area. And then in the clinical area, we are eliminating the positions that we created, many of you remember, several years ago to support the implementation of family planning program. That was when there were federal rule changes related to Title X family planning. And we were getting ready to step in to ensure that those services would continue to be provided in our county, since Planned Parenthood was not going to be able to do that. These positions were created but never filled. And so we are proposing to eliminate those because we never implemented the family planning program, and Planned Parenthood has been able to go back to providing those services. And then we also have some changes to our environmental health fees based on assessments that our finance team does regularly about how well those fees are covering the actual cost of providing those services, as well as thinking about how to improve customer service in relation to some of those services. Excellent. Thanks. So this is just an overview of where our resources go in the health department by function. And you'll see that the majority of our resources are devoted to community health services, which really include the traditional clinical public health services like immunizations, WIC, sexual health services, the next largest being environmental health services. Interestingly enough, the lowest investment is in emergency preparedness and health assessment, but those are both initiatives that have received some limited time expansion support through the American Rescue Plan Act funds that have been designated for the health department. And I will point out that the ARPA funds are not reflected in this budget. Those are really remain within the county administration's special project fund. But we are certainly using those to support particularly health assessment and emergency preparedness. The other thing that I'll highlight is that our funding continues to be very categorical and siloed. So when you look at these different areas, it's not like we can just sort of switch funding or move funding from area to area. So again, our funding is still very siloed within these different areas. And then we can move to by expenditure. You can see that, of course, the majority of our expenses are to support our personnel. We can't deliver public health services without having the staff to do so. It is the largest expense. And again, as I mentioned, since union negotiations are actively occurring, that percentage would likely increase. Next slide. And then by revenue, you can see that the majority of our funding at this point comes from state and federal sources. Next followed by general fund and fund balance, and then fees and billing. And the fees and billing includes both insurance reimbursement that we get, third-party payer reimbursement, as well as fees like in our environmental health division for licenses and permits. And then I think this is our last slide. There we go. Thank you. Just for historical reference, I wanted to make sure that we talk a little bit about an important aspect of our budget, which is maintenance of effort and cost allocation plan. So maintenance of effort, or MOE, is a requirement from the state that says counties must support at a minimum amount health department or public health services so that they are eligible, counties are eligible to receive state funding for those essential local public health services. And I'll mention that the maintenance of effort was established in 1992 and 93. And at that time, the cost allocation plan that we paid to the county was $700,000 annually. In 2024, the health department will be paying almost $2.5 million in CAP expenses. So for the health department from last year, this is an 18% increase over prior years, and it is the highest increase on record from the point in 2012 when the CAP was unfrozen. Importantly, continued increases at this level will see CAP over maintenance of effort by fiscal year 26. And this graph shows you the trajectory of what we're looking at in terms of trends. The bottom blue line being the cost allocation, the sort of parallel line in the middle being the maintenance of effort, and then the top line being what maintenance of effort would look like if it were adjusted for inflation. And ultimately, that adjustment for inflation would today mean a contribution from the county general fund of just a little over $6.5 million. And the box kind of gives you a list of what is included in some of those cost allocation plan expenses that the health department pays as a non-general fund department. And so we want to ensure that that's something that commissioners are aware of as we think about future public health investment and really think about the sustainability of this funding model. Jennifer, I will turn it over to you if there's any last comments you'd like to make or additions, anything I left out.
You did a bang up job.
No, I'm here to field any additional questions that may surface.
This is great.
So with that,
It's great.
happy to answer any questions you might have.
It's even better the third time, or the third iteration of be seeing some version of this. You know, I really like the slides with the bubbles as a way to articulate where the dollars are coming from and where they're going. I would just throw out a question now about the maintenance of effort piece or Mo. What would you suggest or like for us to do about it, given that it's also a state issue?
Well, I think that one of the reasons we really wanted to include that graph is because I think that we as a county don't want to get to a point where the health department is paying more in cap than is actually being invested in the health department and public health services. And so, of course, I would advocate that we look and evaluate the maintenance of effort and move from what is the minimum, which was established in 1992-93, to something that is more in line with what we would expect with adjustment for inflation.
Questions, comments, friends? Not seeing any. Wow. So Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. I don't know how to overstate or understate, but I just, I am frustrated that our maintenance of effort has stayed the same for so long. Like looking at that last graph and just seeing that line go straight across since, what's the year, 1992?
93, yeah.
I'm looking at Commissioner Somerville. You weren't even born. You were born. You were one. You were one. I was the maintenance of effort to maintain my life from the time in 1992 when I was 20 to now, you do the math, has gone up. Probably my public health needs have gone up even from that point too. And so I think it probably behooves us all, as we think about the budget, to think about the maintenance of effort and what it means for our community. And we talk about the budget being a reflection of our values. When you look at the things the public health department does, that should be a reflection of our values. So I guess it's not a question, it's more of a statement to say that I am definitely interested in providing more effort into maintenance at the public health department. And I know that this is not a criticism, that 1% for emergency preparedness. I think I've said this like for 5 years now. It scares the bejesus out of me because emergency preparedness, 1%, if something really happens, we're doomed. Like, I mean, I'm really, and it is important to recognize that this month, because September is National Emergency Preparedness Month. And only a public health geek like me knows that. And so this month, just as a plug, this is specifically, Commissioner Maciejewski maybe already knows this, is about preparing older adults for preparing for natural disasters. And so that's really important work to do, and like to think about how we're protecting especially older adults and vulnerable communities as part of this. And so it's like 1% of the budget going even to thinking about preparing older adults in our community for that. Like, and that's not even encompassing the all hazard events that emergency preparedness entails, which is often extreme weather or, God forbid, some kind of horrible man-made disaster. So I want to, again, like I said, when the CMH administration was up here talking about their budget, have the same applause for you that I have for them, because I think you're doing vital work that helps our community continue to grow. And you have showed a willingness to be iterative about your work and take communication that you have from people and think about how to best reach out to our community. And I think that that's fabulous. And I'm going to be very interested to see how, as of course, we can make more effort to maintaining the good work that you do. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. And if I can just, on your point related to emergency preparedness, which I really appreciate, I do want to also extend our appreciation for providing ARPA funding to the health department. And I will share that that's one of the areas that we're focusing on with that funding. in a number of ways. One is bringing more emergency preparedness work and training and resources to neighborhoods and communities, including focusing on older adults, but also building the capacity of our Medical Reserve Corps, which grew tremendously during the pandemic to over 400 individuals that are volunteering with the health department. And we want to make sure that we continue to grow that group and that they're well-trained and prepared as well. And so I think that's wonderful, but we know that ARPA funding will end. And if we want to see those kinds of initiatives continue, then that's a part where we need to think about where is the structural funding for that to continue.
Anybody else or our friends with the health department? Commissioner Maciejewski.
Really quick, I think I just realized I'm the oldest member of the commission, by the way. No, it's me. You gave out your number, it's me. How does vaccination play into the future of the work that you're doing with RSV or the new COVID vaccine? How is that going to be reflected in the work that you do?
Well, Jennifer, chime in also, but obviously immunizations is sort of core work that we do in public health, making sure that people have access to vaccines, whether that be COVID vaccines or other vaccines. And when I say that, I mean, it doesn't always mean that we're doing all of the direct provision, but that we're working with our health systems, our healthcare providers to ensure that those vaccines are available and accessible. So, so that's broadly certainly work that we continue to do. And as new vaccines are developed, we want to make sure that people have information about those vaccines. They know how to access those vaccines. And we're constantly working to address any barriers to access. So that's a core part of our work. I will say that we also are facing lower vaccination rates among our kids. And so, of course, the other part that we in public health are always concerned about is what happens in terms of vaccine preventable diseases and ensuring that we don't have outbreaks of vaccine preventable diseases. So focusing on making sure that kids are getting caught up on their vaccinations. We've done a lot of work already on that, but working with our partners to keep that focus as well. Critical to that are nurses, though. And you all know that we have incredible challenges with our nurse workforce in the county in general, in the health department. And if we had more nurses, we could provide more immunizations. But we, at this point, have a very difficult time hiring, recruiting, and retaining nurses.
All right. Anybody else? Nope. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Fantastic
Thank you.
presentation as always.
Thanks. Have a good evening.
All right. Any other questions or comments about this set of resolutions, which excludes the community corrections item, which was pulled for separate consideration? What you got, Commissioner Robbie?
I just have a rookie question on rookie question. This was a program that wasn't here when I was here previously, so I don't. But let me find it first. Hang on one second. The Mobile Support Services Initiative. I think I know what that is, but could somebody please explain that to me? I just want to know what the program is.
Commissioner Sanders, do you want to explain it, or we want to have Brady or someone else explain it? Brady, heard his name. Brady, come explain it, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The Mobile Support Services Initiative is something that was approved as part of ARPA 2.0 last year, and it's going to be an RV that is able to go around the county and provide services where we do not have an infrastructure available to provide those services. It's not just for the county, it is also for partner organizations that can use it, whether it's other municipalities, nonprofit organizations, to provide their services throughout the county.
Beautifully said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up question.
Please.
Yeah, how is a partner organization determined? Like, is there a specific list? Is there a process they have to go through?
We are developing procedures. We do not have them ready at this time to operationalize. We do not have the vehicle yet. We anticipate that we will take delivery in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And before we operationalize it, we would have all those procedures ready.
Is it, so you said it's an RV, not a bus?
So yeah, you may remember it as the bus,
Bus, I think
but
I
the
remember
buses,
something about a bus.
the
yeah.
buses wasn't working because no one wanted to retrofit the buses. So we had to come up with an alternative strategy, which ended up being RV.
Okay, and it's one vehicle, or is it a fleet of vehicles?
It's one vehicle
one
now instead of 2
vehicle.
buses.
It-
Sorry.
It's
But we're hiring 2 staff. Maybe that's where I got
We're
the.
hiring 2 staff because we foresee the need to operationalize it and get the word out to our partner organizations and also within the county. So they will also operate the vehicle. So that's why we have 2 positions here. We had $729,000 that was authorized as part of this initiative. Roughly half of it is going to the acquisition of the vehicle. And the other portion of that is going to staffing and operationalizing it over the next 14 months or so.
Okay. That's all very helpful. Thank you. I'm going to support this. The one, I think, obviously the idea of providing a mobile opportunity for government programs that the county is providing or local units of government are providing, I think that's great. My only concern that I'd like to learn more about is how we're determining what non-governmental organizations are getting access to that facility. So I look forward to a future report on that, but no further questions on this item. Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right, any other questions about that set of resolutions? Seeing none. All right, this one is a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None, no abstentions. All right, great. Just wanted to bang the gavel. So let's go on to community corrections. Renee, presentation time looks like. Thanks for hanging in there. That's okay. Answer.
I am here to answer any questions, provide clarification, share information as needed as it relates to the proposed budget.
All right, Commissioner Robbie pulled this one. So what you got?
So I guess my primary question here is, I'm trying to just understand. So community corrections is within the sheriff's office, right? And the question really isn't for you, I guess, as much as it is for our finance team. But again, getting back to my question from working session about the sheriff's ability to retain, funds at the end of the year rather than them being swept into the general fund. I guess I'm trying to understand why the general fund is being asked for basically additional dollars when the sheriff's office has already contained within his budget the ability to retain money at the end of the budget year. So help me understand that, I guess. This is supposed to be a sheriff's, like, the whole idea of the MOU was, here's a bunch of money, figure out your budget. And now we're still being asked for money at the end of it. So I'm trying to just reconcile those 2 ideas.
So just a little bit of history for the board. As you all know, it was at the request of this body that let me step back and say the prior administrator, that the operation of community corrections be moved to the sheriff's office. At that time, we felt it was the best thing for our organization. I still feel very strongly that that is the path forward in the near term. There's been a request that we feel is appropriate, given the amount of time that we've had to study and evaluate this, for some additional dollars for that program. It is a program that the county has lifted up for some time now. It's a program that we continue to hear from both the sheriff's office and the court that there's some value in. So the short-term response was always, let's see what we can do to keep the program moving forward in the manner that you all see before you. Longer term, there is some conversation to be had about what the next steps around that program and the services that they provide can and should be. And we expect to bring that back to you all at a later date.
I guess my question though is if this is a priority for the sheriff's office and we give basically a lump sum budget to the sheriff, why do we need to allocate additional funding? It seems like some of the money is coming out of the sheriff's budget, but why isn't all of it coming out of the sheriff's budget?
That's a conversation that we should have with I believe, with the sheriff's office in the room. So I don't want to step too far outside of what I just shared with you all. That's a question that certainly is appropriate for this body. And I'd ask the sheriff to weigh in on that at his first opportunity.
I would just say to your question, Commissioner Robbie, then I'll go to you, Commissioner Somerville, that the alcohol tethering program, we were really bumping up against the timeline by which we would not be able to continue the program unless it were funded. As Administrator Dill said, it's a conversation to have with the sheriff at some point, but because of how critical we know the program is, and we also heard from public comment about how critical the program is, as a board, we just could not just let it stop. So we needed to get it done before October 1st. So this puts us on track. If we pass this tonight, it puts us on track to pass it for final reading at our second September meeting.
I'd also say that if we're going to look deeply into how those programs and impacts are funded, this gives us another tool in our tool belt to make sure that we're not moving directly to incarcerating for certain offenses. So again, just another tool for us, and I think we need to think about think strategically about what we are funding here and how the courts in our community are using those tools that we have.
I know you're not satisfied with that answer, but is it satisfactory for the time
I
being?
mean, we still have another meeting, I guess, to review this, but I would love to, by our next meeting, at least have, you know, a better understanding of where the sheriff's budget is at in terms of, you know, the dollars at the end of every year that have been capped in his budget versus rolling into the general fund. I think if we didn't have the MOU, I wouldn't even be asking questions about this. I'd obviously support it, but the MOU makes me feel as though, you know, again, we give him money, and I guess if the tethering isn't a priority for the sheriff, then if it's not a priority for the sheriff and it is a priority for us, then I guess that's the conversation, but I'm trying to understand where that breakdown is.
I would say at this point, it's definitely a priority for us. Commissioner Somerville, go ahead, and then I'll get you Commissioner LaBarre.
Thank you. Yeah, I understand your frustration, Commissioner Rabi. My priority when I learned that this could potentially be disrupted, my first reaction was that's not good, and we will spend more money if people have to serve time in jail. So that's where I landed, and I'm grateful that we have this before us tonight to take action for October 1. I do have some questions just like longer term about like the increase. I know that we've seen an increase in how often folks are being required to use those. And so I'm curious like on the breakdown of that and why. But I still, regardless, we're going to spend more money if we don't continue this program. So, and I just think it's better for people to not be in jail. That's all.
It's a real hot take there. But I think hopefully we would all agree that it's better for people to not be in jail. Commissioner LaBarre.
I do agree. I talked to the sheriff, I don't know, a week and a half ago about this just to get some perspective, and without, violating the discretion of that conversation, long and short I got from Sheriff Clayton was this was moved to the sheriff's office, as Administrator Dill said, under a previous administrative setup, but was not conceptualized there long-term nor viewed as a mandate of the sheriff's office. And so I think it is a fair question, and one we do want to have with the sheriff in the room. But I think to some degree that we're even having this conversation speaks to the success we've seen with it, and the judge's application of it at a higher level than I think was anticipated. So I would support it. I don't know long-term where or how to house it. But I do think at the end of the day, wherever the money is coming from, it's money that's well spent in terms of keeping folks from incarceration, and keeping them more fully engaged, in their lives. So I'll be supportive and eager for that conversation when we have it.
I'll
Thanks.
also say, and I missed you, Harvey. You didn't give us public comment. Maybe you're watching the meeting. But one of the focuses potentially of the Criminal Justice Collaborative Council, since we'll be meeting again next week, is to consider the long-term funding for this and where it should be housed. So that is part of, we have a longer-term strategy for addressing this, but we ran up against a critical need with the October 1st deadline. And as it's already been mentioned, if we weren't going to do that, more people would end up in jail. October 1st is my birthday, and that's not the gift I want to give to our community. So Administrator Dill, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say, just to layer on your comments, that's really, I mean, you all said it more eloquently than I did. That's really what I'd like to see happen, is a deeper conversation around the program, the services, and the impacts. If we're not gonna do that and rush to make a decision around funding, I don't think it serves our community well. So again, I'd love to have all of the players in the room so that we can have a deeper conversation. And that includes not just the sheriff's office. Quite frankly, you know, the courts have a role to play in all of this as well, in terms of how they're going to use the services provided.
Yep. Commissioner Scott, we'll come back to you after that, Commissioner Robin.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the Administrator Dill, and to just echo what other people have said, I think it's really important that we try to figure out where this money lives. Because just when I read a little bit of the report, and Commissioner Somerville, you have made this point, that the conservative estimates are $163 a day to keep a person in the Washtenaw County Jail versus $55 a day for the costliest community corrections program. That's like, to me, when I read that, I'm like, that's $163 a day that the sheriff's office would be spending, as opposed to $55 a day. That's a deal. And so I guess I don't understand why this isn't living in the sheriff's budget. And I will admit that I don't know everything about it. So before I have an extreme level of feelings about it, I would like to hear why the sheriff's office does not believe this belongs in their budget. And I think it will dovetail nicely into our upcoming budget conversations that start next month. So to think, if this isn't something that the sheriff thinks it's budgeted for, how does that impact our allocations? And lest you think that I am only concerned about this from the budgetary standpoint, like Commissioner Somerville, I don't want to see people in jail, but it's, speaking of the alcohol tethering program, I also don't want to see people getting behind the wheel and driving, and even more than somebody being in jail, I don't want to see somebody's mother or father or child killed by somebody who's getting behind the wheel. And any money we spend to make that not happen is worth it. But I would like to have a longer discussion at the second reading so I can understand before being too judgy about this. That would be helpful.
All right, Commissioner Robbie, and then we'll get you back, Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I pretty much made my point clear. The only other thing I wanted to say, though, is that, of course, as the administrator pointed out, the courts do have a role here, and they're also under a lump sum budget agreement. So we have the similar kind of deal with them, although their surplus isn't swept at the end of the year, but similar type of deal. So I think we need, you know, this all needs to be part of the conversation, because we're taking general fund dollars. You know, why do we have these lump sum and MOUs? So, but the other question I had was actually on the memo. I was having trouble following on in the discussion section exactly what was being described. There was some mention of the FY 23-24 state budget. There was a mention of the governor's executive recommendation for FY 24. There was a mention that the legislature has to pass a budget. As you know, the budget's already been signed. So I'm not sure if that language is just old language that carried forward, or if I'm missing something. But the bottom line is, do we know now that the budget's been signed, kind of the situation that we're in?
I believe it has, and our grant award has officially been signed by the Office of Community Corrections. And so we will be receiving a little over $800,000 for that grant award. That was contingent on the governor passing the overall larger budget for the Department of Corrections. So that all has been resolved since
Okay.
this has been submitted.
Okay, and so so just to be clear, the number that you have in here then, 827,000, that's the accurate number and it's not contingent on any further legislative action?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Somerville, very excited.
Sorry, I just don't want to forget, at the risk of, I don't want to misrepresent my understanding of the sheriff's office, but I don't think it's that they don't want to house the community corrections budget. What's happened is over time, the cost of that program has increased so much and they haven't received any extra dollars. I don't disagree. Like I have concerns about like the role, like the leftover money that could just go back into this. Like I'm not disputing that, but like that's not always the case. So like say there wasn't 1.8 this year, they could be in a situation where they didn't have enough to cover it. I'm not trying to get into an argument about like the MOU or anything like that, but that is, so like we haven't, like the County Board of Commissioners hasn't increased the amount that we put into the community correction budget over the last few years, but the cost has gone up for the alcohol program, correct? Am I sharing the information right?
You're sharing the information.
And one of the things that I want to highlight that didn't get mentioned, and I don't remember if it was in the packet or not, the sheriff's office doesn't go after folks for collections, which I think is a huge deal. If that gets moved around, that could potentially mean that like they might not have that policy, but they believe that it's actually like far worse to put somebody in a more difficult financial situation. So they are not being, you know, sought after for collections. And so that's also contributing to some of this, which personally, like my philosophy on just like fines and fee reform, like obviously everybody that participates in that program isn't in the same financial situation. But many people I think that become impacted by the legal system often are. So like, that's just another thing that I want everybody to understand. We're not like going after people, which also keeps them out of the system in the long run. If that is helpful for anyone to know here.
It is helpful, Administrator Dill.
Yeah, I just, one last thing, and I'll say again, for me, I think you're all pointing to, I think this all requires a deeper discussion. And what I'm hearing from commissioners is that you have a desire to have that deeper discussion before this comes back before you.
Yes,
Is that accurate?
that's accurate. Does anybody want to talk before we hit round 3? This be round 3.
Commissioner Hodge, if I may.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Next
please.
thing. I certainly agree with Administrator Dill. We're open to having conversations and talking this through about the long-term plan to continue to sustain these alternatives to incarceration. As you know, we are part of the sheriff's office, but we do have a separate budget from the sheriff's office. While the sheriff's office contributes a substantial amount of money to the operations, it's not enough to cover all the costs. And I'd like to remind everybody that the community corrections program itself is a county program. It lives within the sheriff's office, but it is truly a Washtenaw County alternative program. Everybody who is ordered to any kind of program or service that's offered through community corrections is done so at the direction of the courts. And it's every county court, including the circuit court in the county, that makes those referrals. So no one who walks through our doors or receives any of our support services or programming does so without being told to do so by our courts. We
Well
don't
said.
have discretion at the sheriff's office to put people in or out of our programs.
That was nice. Go, anybody before we begin round 3 that hasn't participated in round 1 or 2? Commissioner Robbie, round 3.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely. I'm not disputing the merits of what we're being asked to vote on. I think this is a good program. And based on what you just said, maybe I misunderstood something. Are you saying that community corrections is not in the sheriff's office?
We are part of the sheriff's office, but as you see before you tonight, the community corrections has always had a separate budget distinct
So
from.
are you part of the MOU agreement with the sheriff's office or not?
That I can't speak to because I'm not familiar with all of the details of the sheriff's.
Tina's
office.
shaking her head yes. So it sounds like you are part of the MOU agreement with the sheriff's office, which I don't need to repeat myself, but I think to Commissioner Somerville's point, what I really want to see is from finance, what does that number look like in the past few years? What does it look like this year? If the sheriff hasn't been able to sweep any money at the end of the year and it's been years that that hasn't happened and, his budget is running dry and just can't find, $500,000 to fund this program, to me, that's a different conversation. But if year after year, there's been excess money that he has been able to keep in his budget, I'm not going to be sympathetic to the county general fund supporting a program to the tune of $500,000 without a deep conversation with the sheriff's office about where that additional money is going. So I'll end there. Hopefully there isn't a.
Maybe we'll see. Anybody else have anything else? People are looking at me like, please stop. Please stop. Okay, well, thank you, Renee. That was a riveting conversation. So there's nothing else. This is voting time. This is voting time. This one is a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Okay, great. Well, now we're gonna move on, because we still got more to do here, friends, to the single reading items. Now, please keep in mind, the item that was originally H under first reading is now a single reading item. So when I look for somebody to read or to move it and read all of those, you have to read that one too. The item that was originally item H for first reading is an additional item under single reading. So whoever's going to make the motion, you will need to read all of them, including that one. Mr. Machieski, all right, get in there.
I'll step up and do it. I've been talking a lot tonight, so good. So I move for approval, single reading items, beginning with the aforementioned H, a resolution to approve a letter of understanding with ASME Local 3052 regarding compensation for 2022 and 2023 from Corporation Council. Item 3A, a resolution to recognize American Rescue Plan Act state and local fiscal recovery funds in the amount of $8,730,144 as lost revenue from finance. B, a resolution authorizing an exemption to the county's living wage ordinance for certain community mental health service providers from administration. And C, a resolution to recognize the rededication ceremony at, is this the right version? Oakwood Cemetery, commemorating the service of Continental Army service members Archibald Armstrong and Samuel Waldron, and approval of claims.
Thank you so much. Is there a second? Awesome. Anybody want to pull any for separate consideration? Nope. All right. Is that a question or you want to pull one? All right. Well, okay. Any other questions? Comments? Nope. We're ready to vote then? Okay, Bryce, roll call.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Claims as well. Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
We're good? We're good. What? Yes?
I need to correct a past vote for the record. On the voice vote on items on first reading, I intended to abstain from the item B, the matters pertaining to position creation and elimination for the public health department. So I would like the record to reflect an abstention on that voice vote.
Let the record reflect his abstention on the voice vote. You reflecting it? It's reflected. Thank you. Okay, we're all done with that. So excellent job, everyone. Now let's go on to a report from the county administrator.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Again, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce to you all formally the new Deputy County Administrator, Andrew DeLue. Andrew, if you wouldn't mind joining us. I will also say that I feel like that we've all watched Andrew grow in this space. He has really had the opportunity to have the benefit of the mentorship of this body, the department head group, and administration. Really grateful for his leadership and his passion for the work and what I like to talk about, making life better for all the residents of the county. With that being said, Andrew, the floor is yours. We've had a lot of debate about the tie that he's wearing this evening for this event. So I'd ask you at a lighter moment to provide your feedback.
Thank you, Administrator. Thank you, Board, for the very warm welcome. Just to my growth with the county, a fun side story. My first day was actually as an intern out at this very desk. Commissioner Robbie gave me a tour of the building, up including in the catwalk. So if you haven't done it before, maybe not with Commissioner Robbie, but it's a great old building. Yeah, I think to the other points that Greg made though, this is a tremendous honor and I take it very seriously. I grew up in a different county here, and so well, living and working for Washtenaw County is pretty intentional for me. I very strongly believe in what government can do. The county I grew up in it's a lovely place on the lakeshore, other side of the state, but very different in terms of I think what their government thinks is appropriate for their citizens. And so please know that as I go about the work, I do take it very seriously. It's a great honor to work with all of you for the residents of the county and to work with the really great staff of the organization. So you'll continue to get my best work and I look forward to working with you all going forward. So thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
One other piece in closing about process, I do want to thank the selection committee, which included two commissioners, Commissioner Sanders and Hodge, and also our public health officer participating. So just want to thank you for the participation. I think we had a really, in my mind, a competitive list of candidates, and of course, one of our own rose to the top. So thank you. Kudos to you and your work. And again, to me, it's all about producing good government. And it's always exciting for me to be able to see the growth and development of our own team. So for all of those reasons, I'm grateful. Thank you.
Commissioner LeBlanc, no, don't go. Commissioner LeBar, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, if I may, thank you for recognizing me. I was told there was going to be a comment about the tie. It is a rich salmon hue, and you wear it well. And in all candor, Andrew, congrats. I think you're a supremely decent person here. And I want you to know your success in this position is also a reflection of the success of the organization. So I want to do whatever I can to help you succeed in it and appreciate the way you go about your work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Anybody else want to say anything? Commissioner Robbie.
Having given you that first tour, I just want to say you are incredible. It was an honor to meet you on that first day. You've really grown a lot in your many roles that you've had at the county in various different departments. And having you here in this role, I think is going to be a fantastic fit. And you have so much dedication to this job. Anytime you've been asked to do something, you've gone above and beyond. And I can see a great future for you, not just in Washtenaw County, but well beyond that as well. So thank you.
So if I may just close, I wanted to get the business out of the way first. I just want to say one last thing. The one thing that we don't talk a lot about with Andrew is he's a phenomenal human being. And I don't want this to be lost. I don't know if his family is listening to this, but I will say, watching him every single day, he's just a wonderful human being. And I'm just so grateful to have him around. So thank you.
I would add too, Andrew, that it's been phenomenal working with you while you've been in the interim role. There's a lot that we were able to work on together during that period of time, really critical work that would not have been accomplished without you. So I'm very happy to see you in the role. And I echoed my comments that I made in the press release about the success here, but so excited for you. Congratulations, and really looking forward to continuing working together.
Thank you, Chair. Just if I may, there's a good chance that my mother, if not watching now, will be watching at some point. She is a regular viewer. Hi, Mom.
All right.
She'll be quite pleased. Thank you.
there more report?
That concludes my report.
That concludes your report. That's great. Report from me. Just keep it brief today. No more report today. This is a great meeting. Oh, wow. Thank you. No, great. Any items for current and future discussion? No items no, we have no pending items. So yes, yep, all in favor of adjourn. All right, boom.